never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Microphone. There we go. It is that time once again as we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. Welcome into a Thursday. There you go. Made it through hump day. So it's all rolling toward the weekend. At least you start looking forward to it. You can see it. Yeah, I hope your week's going well. What's going on? Lots happening out there. Had a topsy-turvy day weather-wise. Yeah, I got some high winds, torrential rain, yeah, some tornadoes impacting some of our listening audience. And I know Eskimo Mom may or may not be at work tonight. She hauls out of the Meyer Distribution Center, big facility that was pretty extensive damage received this past day. Start things off, let's take a look around the country. All the action well east of us now, Ohio, has cleared out. Still have some showers and thunderstorms over eastern portions of Kentucky, cutting right up through central and eastern West Virginia. Now, they actually had tornado watches in place there till just the past. I believe they've expired. I'll have to double check on that. Now, the line of strong storms extending right up now just east of Pittsburgh. Much of Pennsylvania, Maryland, on over into New Jersey, seeing some heavy rains continuing at this hour. And again tonight, just as the case was 24 hours ago, we've got a cluster of thunderstorms down toward the Atlanta area. Some heavy rains in the mix there. So we start with severe weather, downpours, damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes. We've been talking about this scenario through much of this week. In the central states, you caught a bit of a break on Wednesday as it all moved off to the east. But that severe weather threat will return to the central states again later today. A setup which is aided with the development of severe thunderstorms this week. It's not going to change much over the next several days. You know, one of the reasons these storms have been repeating over the same areas, partially tied to a weather phenomenon happening elsewhere. We've got this big heat dome in the southwest that has now expanded across much of Texas and Oklahoma. It's along the northern edge of that heat dome. Anytime there's a disturbance along the jet stream, you see these strengthening clusters of showers and thunderstorms, some reaching severe levels. Storms continued to roar eastward and southward into the early hours Wednesday morning, as we were following that during the program, impacting portions of Oklahoma, northern Texas. Early Wednesday had a gust of 72 miles per hour recorded in Amarillo as storms rolled through that area. Those storms continued to impact Oklahoma, northern Texas into Wednesday afternoon, but everything began shifting even further to the east by early afternoon. Little Rock, Arkansas, Memphis, and Nashville, Tennessee, Lexington, and Louisville, Kentucky, just a few cities that were encountering flooding, downpours, damaging wind gusts, and isolated tornadoes. About 4 o'clock Wednesday afternoon, we did have a tornado touchdown in Indiana, damage to a number of local homes in Arlington, Indiana, mostly roof damage. About 90 minutes later, the threats moved even further east, with the tornado dropping in Darke County, Ohio, in the late afternoon. About 30 miles east of Darke County, another tornado formed near Troy, Ohio. There are some reports of damage a little after 6 o'clock this past evening. That's up in Big Moose's neck of the woods, Troy, Ohio. You know, the threats in the Buckeye State continued on into the evening with a large tornado hitting near Tip City. That's the one that impacted the Meyer Distribution Center in the area. Now, the risk for severe weather is shifting back to the central plains here for your Thursday. Storms that are more potent than what we forecast even this past day. So, sounds like it may be another rough one. The strongest storms are predicted to track along a corridor stretching from southwest Nebraska all the way into northwest Arkansas, including the risk of intense winds and tornadoes. With such a persistent pattern in place, heavy rain and flash flooding have become an increasing concern, especially across central and southeastern Kansas, where you've seen plenty of storms throughout the past days. Now, that northward bulge in the jet stream, which is responsible for the heat in the southwest, is expected to expand further northeast as we head toward the weekend. So that change in the pattern will allow for several dry days for the central and southern plains. Yeah, that drier air may even continue into next week. Looks like the storm focus is going to shift further to the north, areas from, say, the Dakotas into Minnesota for early next week. But again, another rough one today. Meanwhile, with some of those heavy storms, some of the rain we're looking at down in the Atlanta area tonight, those showers and storms were producing some widespread flooding across parts of Alabama early in the day, Wednesday. City emergency responders in the second most populous city taking on more than 40 water rescues in a course of like 3 hours' time. The morning rush in Birmingham. You were met with numerous impassable roads as these intense thunderstorms rolled into the area. That was started about 1 o'clock in the morning Central Time. We ended up with flash flood warnings for Shelby and Jefferson counties. Rain was coming down at 1 inch to 1.5 inches per hour at the Birmingham Shuttlesworth International Airport. Totals quickly approached 5 to 6 inches in some places. One amateur radio observer reported 7.7 inches of rain at Lake Purdy, Alabama, less than 10 miles northeast of Birmingham. So that amount of rain over the course of 5.5 hours, and the observer noted it actually beat any 24-hour amount recorded there over their 22-year tenure at this particular observation station. All right, floodwaters quickly rose. Water levels at Village Creek, a neighborhood in Birmingham, reached flood stage at 10 feet and continued to rise through the morning hours. Floodwaters reported in multiple apartment buildings in the Birmingham area. Birmingham Fire and Rescue responding to 43 calls, rescuing approximately 40 people. Amazingly, with all that, no injuries reported. They always advise whenever severe weather is predicted, the public crews immediately prepare by cleaning inlets and waterways. Wednesday morning's levels of heavy rain, it was just too much, overwhelming the system, affecting many neighborhoods. While the storms that prompted the flooding moved on, more rain will move in this week before Alabama gets a respite from this wet weather coming up maybe this weekend. The rest of the week will feature a number of chances for additional showers and thunderstorms. Thunderstorms returned later Wednesday afternoon. These thunderstorms will carry on over into the day today. They will not be as widespread today, but then additional showers and storms are expected on Friday. Looks like finally some drier weather should arrive coming up this weekend. Flood level threat should be a bit lower with the storms coming your way today for a Thursday. Tell you what, before we check into some of our friends checking in, Eskimo Mom's on board here. Let's just get a live report. Are we on the job or off the job tonight? Hey there, Eskimo Mom.
I am actually on the job, but it is right now. It's just a little chaotic because the power is out. The backside of only one warehouse was affected, so there's trailers flipped. It's just a big old mess, only in one little area. But it's just with the power outages and everything, it's kind of affecting everything going on. And until we get the chaos all settled, we're just going to be a little frazzled.
So the distribution center is actually up and running. I mean, the photos I saw that some of which you shared in the Dayton media, it looks like some pretty significant damage to that, I guess, that one corner of the building.
Yes, sir. On the northwest corner of the warehouse, that's of the complex. That is the only spot that got damaged. There's a couple of trailers got flipped. There's some trees down over there by the bullpen. And there's a power pole leaning, but other than that, if you're on the inside of the complex, you could, and you didn't see what, didn't go to the backside of the
Mhm.
one warehouse, you wouldn't even tell that we had something go on.
Okay. All right. Yeah, so how about at the home 20 there? Everything okay at the Eskimo Mom's Ranch?
We just got a tropical monsoon downpour while that tornado was going on that
Yeah.
knocked our satellite out temporarily. But it's but the good thing about the Dayton area is that if TV station goes out, as long as the radio is working,
All right.
other updates.
Good deal. Well, I appreciate the live report, Eskimo Mom. So you'll be rolling the freight. You'll be moving freight this morning like a normal night otherwise?
I am actually moving freight, but right at the time we had a lot of frozen loads. So, but they're just trying, and the warehouse itself, they're trying to get sorted out what they can ship, what they can't ship, and what they need to do. And we're just with the power failures and everything, with all the systems being messed up right now, we're just running freight whatever we can.
Very good. All right. Well, glad everybody's okay. Yeah, like I said, some of the photographs shared from that distribution center, pretty significant damage on that one back corner. Yeah, wall kind of collapsed and whatnot, but all right, there you go. Horse Feathers is on board. Hey there, checking in via YouTube. Philly Dan, morning team. Hope everybody has a great day. Stay safe, and as always, God bless the Rambler. You see, Joe checks in with 71 degrees, a rainy night here in Winchester, Virginia. Yep, that's the precip we saw earlier today. Timothy in Rocky Mount, Virginia, morning with 70 degrees. And Philadelphia, heavy rain, thunder, lightning, deep water. Be careful. Turn around. Don't drown. Or end up having to call emergency responders to rescue you, like they had so much of in Birmingham. All right, Richard on board from Central Florida with 73 degrees, ready to roll. There's Evan Williams. Morning, Steve. Evan is the show dog. Show dog, waving a hand from the UP there in Michigan. Country Bumpkin checking in from North Illinois. Oh, still on my way home at this hour. Yeah, there's the Icebreaker checking in, 72 degrees in Lynchburg, Virginia. About all those Virginia listeners out of the box. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. We've got 64 in Lamar, Colorado. Fixing to head south for more adventure. Shout out to the Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gounger from JBS 5 Rivers. There you go. Here we go, another overnight drive episode. Blessings to you and your family, Steve, and everybody out there. Please stay safe. I send a big hello to my friend Amy. Hi there, Amy. Gerald says hi. There's Brian reporting for duty, sir. Good to have you with us. Frank, hello, Steve, and all the listening truckers out there. I'm on my way back to Byron Center, Michigan from Troy, Ohio. That was some kick-ass rain and weather they had down there in Troy this afternoon. All right, I'll be listening in. Have a great show tonight. Amy is on board. Amy, hi there, Gerald. All right, good to have you both with us. Sledgehammer checking in from Columbus, Ohio. I rode them thunderstorms out. Let me see. Buckeye Boy checking in from Fort Lauderdale this morning, where it's a steamy 78 degrees. Had a couple of pretty hard rains here. The second one, a couple of hours ago, was a real doozy. Very close lightning and heavy rain. I'll be ready to head out of here tomorrow, see the granddaughter that's been visiting for a week. I'll have to let you know what's going on with our court case. We'll let you know off the air. You'll find that rather interesting, though. But everybody have a great night, and be careful out there. All right, good afternoon. Hammer down. There's Larry on board. Be safe, 70 degrees dry for now in Danbury, Connecticut. All right, there's the 15 car. Morning, Steve. I dodged those storms in Charlotte. Just enough rain to maybe smear the windshield. That's all he got. Heavy D on board. Hello, Steve, and the overnight drive crew. Stay safe. Keep on trucking out there. Truckin' Troy checks in from Kazoo, Michigan. Yeah, that's 54 degrees at this hour. Donut Man checking in. It's all calm for now in New Carlisle, Ohio. Yeah, it was a little dicey earlier today, though, wasn't it? North Carolina is in the house. Fly in the ointment is the handle. Says, I love this show. Tony on board. Morning, everybody. 65, kind of muggy here in Fredonia, Kansas. And everybody have a great morning. Welcome in. Welcome aboard. All right, let's see. Wheelchair Dave was inquiring how'd things go. Night number 1 at Eldora. You know, you get the $1 million race coming up here tonight, Thursday night that would be. Well, obviously with the weather, Dave, they didn't get to do anything. We'll give you the full report, though, how things are going to shake out. It's going to be interesting. Interesting here this Thursday, June the 9th. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, our number, 844-844-3388. What's on your mind? What was slated to be a big 4-day weekend? Yeah, I guess Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, big week at Eldora Speedway. Drivers chasing a $1 million prize. Of course, everybody was eager to get on the track. They're going to have to wait till later this morning. Thanks to Mother Nature. Now, at this point, I see there's no official car count available, but word is nearly 125 cars are believed to be on the property there at Eldora. Tech will remain open, remained open this past evening to allow all the cars on the property to go through their technical inspection process. General admission gates will be cleared at 9:30 a.m. this morning and reopen at 10 a.m. It's kind of all convoluted. Fans have to have a Wednesday ticket to gain entry later this morning, but all of Thursday's racing is still on schedule. see if we can get an update right there from Eldora.
Are you kidding me? It's Eldora. It's a big-time race event here at the Big E. Rain, of course, because it wouldn't be a big event without Mother Nature. They have officially postponed. We're doing a double tomorrow, but just you get pumped up, you get here, and we get a postponement. Just kind of devastating a little bit, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I was kind of fearing the 4 in the morning, 4:30 in the morning.
So you'd be up until 6 with your story and all that stuff.
I remember that from World 100 a few years ago on the first night when we got rain and didn't start time trials, I think, until almost midnight.
Oof.
We were going back to the condos, and it was the sun was already coming up. So the rest of the rain got rained out. The rest of the weekend got rained out. So we were able to, recover a little bit. But yeah, this rain just won't stop, I guess. So it's probably a good call. It deluged us, and that racetrack's got to be
Plus, with the
drenched.
controversy the last couple weeks, Tony and the gang is like, you know what? We'll just kind of pump the brakes a little bit. We'll do a double. I think maybe it's a good idea to have a day show in the sun, too, maybe. Help it out a little bit, dry it out.
Well, you think about Volusia back in February, in January and February, when they had those problems with their new surface. It was really rough when they started, and they had to, kind of pull back and do some work in the track, and then they had an afternoon modified race in the sun. It kind of dried the racetrack out, and it really helped it come around. Kind of got the track back, out of that real wetness, wet, soft consistency. Maybe that'll help here tomorrow.
Can we still get that huge $1 million vibe with a 2-day show tomorrow? You think it'll be okay?
It's different. But it's Eldora. As soon as you get race cars on the track at Eldora, it's, you get the feeling. It doesn't matter if you're running for 3 days or 4 days or just two races in one day. I think there'll be enough. Starting at 10 o'clock is when drivers' meeting will be, and they're going to be starting right after that, keep going until they're done with the Twin 25s. They should be done with a pretty good gap in there to let everybody get a little rest before the big one at night.
Yeah, the fans, you need to calm yourself, keep control, drink those beers, not all at once in the morning because you got a full day of racing. Mm-hmm. Oh, man, doubleheader. Let's race 2. Fans, you can catch all the action tomorrow at Flow Racing.
So there's the full report, the update. In other words, it's going to be a busy day. And for racers, this is really going to put a lot on their life. You're going to have your qualifying events, the heat races, the Twin 25s. I believe $12,000 to win for each of those. And they'll get hopefully a bit of a break, a little bit of time in between for the main event, the 100-lap feature later on tonight, which will feature $1,002,022 to win tonight. So big day. It's kind of funny there. He said, all right, race fans, don't start drinking your beer when the gates open at 10 a.m. Because, in other words, I guess it's going to be more like a 10 a.m. till probably 10 or 11 o'clock in the evening, maybe even later. Long day, full day of racing, and weather looks to be much more cooperative here for your Thursday. Another big event getting underway today. A lot of folks going to be in the trucking industry, the trucking community, headed down to Branson, Missouri. It's the Super Rigs big 40th anniversary celebration. Beginning today, Super Rigs turns 40. And Shell says they're going all out with what they're calling their big honkin' anniversary. All right, Thursday, Friday, Saturday at Branson Landing there in Branson, Missouri. There's actually 2 ways to join the fun this year. You can join in person. If you can't be there live, they will have the virtual components as we commemorate the 40th anniversary of Super Rigs, a tradition rooted in the celebration of dedicated truck drivers throughout North America. Missouri, one of the leading host states for the Super Rigs over its 40 years. And Branson Landing, we felt, would be the perfect location to celebrate the community and the Big 4-0. All right, the virtual hotspots featuring a number of social media personalities, Happiness by the Mile, Just Truckin', the Boston Trucker, Facebook and Instagram live videos from Judges Lane will be available as well. They plan to have a virtual garage to provide kind of exclusive Super Rigs experience and offer more about the history of the Super Rigs show. Have some on-site fishing demos, no less, with Jimmy Houston. That'll be, and then you got the Friday Night Lights competition coming up, the Branson Fire Department's Touch a Truck event, and what else? The contestant dinner at the Paddle Wheel. The People's Choice Award will be taking place virtually, opening the competition to drivers around the country. So you'll be able to vote online, virtually. Voting will close at 3 o'clock in the afternoon Central Time on Friday, and then the winner will be announced during the awards ceremony there at Super Rigs. $25,000 in cash and prizes. Then, as always, you've got 12 drivers that will be selected to have their trucks featured in the Super Rigs calendar. A couple of big events getting underway here on a Thursday. All right, so we'll open up our phone lines. What's on your mind? It's 844-844-3388. Jump on in here. Let's see. Becca checks in. There's Timothy. There's Kentucky Ken. Morning overnight drive crew and Steve Sommers. Hopefully everyone is well rested. Rest break in Louisiana. My rest break in Louisiana has a few more hours, and then it's off to Georgia. Kentucky Ken is on board, listening in. Good to have you with us. All right, we'll get a news break here, and as I said, lots to cover. Updates all coming your way this Thursday morning. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The U.S. Supreme Court started handing down its decisions on Wednesday. The nation's highest court ruled that Border Patrol agents are generally shielded from lawsuits alleging the use of excessive force. It's the latest in a series of decisions narrowing the legal avenue for alleged victims of abuse by federal officers. The court has 29 other decisions pending. Ukrainian officials say workers have pulled scores of bodies from smashed buildings in the devastated city of Mariupol. They're calling it an endless caravan of death. At the same time, fears of a global food crisis are escalating over Ukraine's inability to export millions of tons of grain through its blockaded ports. One analyst said the Kremlin's continued advances could eventually open the possibility of a negotiated settlement between the two nations. This is USA Radio News.
It was very important to feel like a company valued me and my family's time, specifically helping get the timeshare company off of our backs.
Do all the good you can, by all the means you can, and all the ways you can. I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. I first heard that John Wesley quote when I was 11 years old in Sunday school. I even have his words displayed at all of our offices to give our employees the same purpose I have when fighting to get clients out of a fraudulent timeshare.
If you were not satisfied with other companies, look directly to Wesley Financial and they will help you.
I promise we'll do all the good we can every single day. That's why I guarantee we will cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-843-1313. 800-843-1313. 800-843-1313. You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman to the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, yeah, go ahead and dial that number up. Wide open lines here. All right, hope your week's going well. Welcome back. Tom Kelly checks in this morning from the Houston studios of TNCRadio.live. It's another hot, humid night. Heat index over 90 degrees overnight. Wow. But that's not all that's hot. TNC Radio's new primetime lineup continues right after the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, with 3 programs all recorded live this past evening. First, it'll be Keep On Talking Live with Captain Tom Kirk. Phone lines open and the discussion about truck parking and early driver training. That's some of the fodder for the counter of knowledge later this morning. Then Angie and Larry Baum exchange more road stories with the Underwoods on taillights. Finally, it's an all-new show dedicated to sports of all types. Clutch Time is the name of the program, produced by TNC Radio. No screaming, no pounding on the table, just great conversation about all things sports from Anderson and Banker. The show's debut episode will be heard again later this morning, 7 a.m. Eastern Time, on the TNC Radio Live website, the app, Alexa, and over 2,000 different devices. So there you go. Thanks for the update. Speaking of a hot night, yes, Texas has been sweltering. Earlier this week, it was mostly central and western portions of the state. June is off to a sizzling start. Now through much of the Lone Star State. And Mother Nature still has a few more tricks up her sleeve. Forecasters say the stifling heat that's been a staple for the state since the beginning of the month is actually set to stick around for several more days, in part due to an atmospheric traffic jam. The overall pattern there has been kind of stuck in place for more than a week now, which has continued to allow the heat to build across the south central states. And obviously, as we discussed, the rounds of severe weather on the northern edge of that heat dome. San Antonio, you've been sweltering record heat for consecutive days now. New records officially established from Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, including back-to-back readings of 104 degrees on Monday and Tuesday. With no relief in the immediate future, you need to get prepared for prolonged heat to continue. They're now saying probably into the middle of next week. So the rest of this week, right through your weekend. In San Antonio, more record heat for the upcoming weekend and early next week is going to make this first half of June one of the hottest in recent memory. Now, unlike at the start of the month when the bulk of the worst heat, as I said, was confined to central Texas, record challenging heat's going to now reach a much larger swath of the state through early next week. Even the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, which has pretty much missed out on the sweltering conditions, you'll be jumping on board. Sizzling heat later this week. Temperatures are going to be several degrees higher each day through at least Friday. Now, by Friday, Dallas, they tell us, typically tops out, say, 90 degrees this time of year. You're set to hit an important temperature benchmark. By Friday, you're forecast to be in the triple digits, 100 degrees. Now, that would be the first time Dallas tops out in the triple digits this year. Average date for the first 100-degree high in Dallas is not typically till the 1st of July. Now, while Dallas may end up being ahead of schedule this year, it'll still be well shy of the earliest 100-degree ever recorded there. They actually had a 100-degree day that occurred on March the 9th, back in 1911, over 100 years ago. Yeah, even before the air temperature flirts with the triple digits, the heat index, what it really feels like, that'll top out in the lower 100s during the afternoon heat, starting later today, as a matter of fact. As that heat wave builds, so will heat-related illnesses, heat exhaustion, heat stroke. Apparently, they've had numerous calls. Dallas-Fort Worth reported 6 heat-related 911 calls on Tuesday of this week. At least 3 of those people actually had to be hospitalized. All right, our number, 844-844-3388. Jump on in. All right, you're out there. You're seeing the prices. We talk about it every night. Prices at the pump, right? Pain at the pump. It's not going away anytime soon, according to officials. Someone shared with me, one of our truck driving friends, who says, what I'm going to share is not somebody that's a friend's, cousin, sister's, neighbor, happened to them kind of thing. I am a small trucking company, and this is what the fuel crisis is doing to our country. So this directly affects me, you, our children, and our entire country. Today, I filled up my truck to deliver products that help keep our country fed. When I filled my truck, it cost me $1,149 and some change. This is one truck for 1 day of fuel. I own 3. So for 1 day of operation, it's costing me $3,448. Yes, we use a full tank of fuel every single day, sometimes more than one tank per day. Now, my truck generally runs 5 to 6 days a week, so we'll just estimate on the low side and say 5 days. That's $17,242. Last week was over $20,000 for 1 week that I have to pay out of pocket to try to keep not only my children fed, but those of my employees and our country. Mark my words, we're on a downhill slide to the worst recession our country's ever seen. If you don't believe me, I implore you to do your own research. Trucking companies are going under left and right. And if you're not aware, what you are wearing, what you're eating, what you're living in, what you're driving, what you're reading this on, was delivered by a truck. If something drastic doesn't change in the next few weeks or months, I promise you'll see empty shelves everywhere you look. You'll see chaos as people fight for the basic necessities of everyday life, food, medicine, and whatnot. If something doesn't change, I pray that all of you have the ability, the knowledge, and the skills to fend for yourselves, not only against those who would do you or your family harm, but to be able to find sustainable food and water. This is a scary time, not only for small business owners, but every single American. So please, please do your research when we vote for those we're placing in power. And this isn't just on the federal level, because on the state levels as well, we've got to start making informed decisions based on fact, not because the media says we should like this or dislike that or dislike somebody. Truck drivers out here are going for broke, holding on to something we know this country needs. So if you know a truck driver, please tell them to hold on as long as they can. Our country could not survive without them. And how true that is. Very expensive running just a 3-truck operation, right? Okay, clear lines. Where's everybody at? It's 844-844-3388. Back into this Thursday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, as we heard at the news break bottom of the hour, the Supreme Court has begun the process of handing down their rulings. There's a couple dozen, one of which here in the coming days will include that whole the leaked Roe versus Wade decision. Now, if we step back, since that leak occurred, you recall how for several days at least, the discussion was about, is it legal for these protesters to even be outside of Supreme Court justices' homes, trying to influence the decision makers? They've talked about it. They have not moved on it. And after the developments of the past day, you have to wonder, are we actually going to wait till a Supreme Court justice possibly loses their life before they'll do something about these protesters? Well, let me start with a bipartisan bill that would protect Supreme Court justices from attacks. It's stalling. I mean, they can't even move forward on this. According to Senator Chris Coons of Delaware, he says, I've actually been engaging with several House members about how we come to a negotiated compromise on a bill and move it forward promptly. Now, it was early this past morning, Wednesday morning, little before 2 o'clock a.m., a man was arrested outside of Justice Brett Kavanaugh's house after an alleged attempt to kidnap and kill him. Now, so far, the House hasn't even taken up this bill. It passed in the Senate back in May by unanimous consent. They didn't waste any time. What's going on with the House? I mean, keeping in mind it is Democrat-controlled House of Representatives. Now, since the leak of the Supreme Court draft opinion that would overturn Roe versus Wade, there's been a number of threats against members of the Supreme Court. Matter of fact, last month, the Department of Homeland Security actually issued a memo warning law enforcement of these threats. But more on the guy that was arrested at 2 o'clock in the morning outside the Supreme Court Justice's house. All right, after he was taken into custody, he tells police he wanted to kill the Supreme Court Justice. From the looks of it, the Democrat Party and the corporate media's jihad against Kavanaugh, you know, the one that started with all those lies about the fact that he was a serial rapist in college, and continues over the possibility that this atrocity known as Roe versus Wade possibly could be overturned. You know, it's finally borne some wicked fruit. According to those familiar with the investigation, the initial evidence indicates the man was angry about the leaked draft, the opinion. He was also angry about recent mass shootings. So according to police, he grabs a gun to go out and shoot a Supreme Court justice. How much sense does that make? The suspect not only had a gun, but he also had burglar tools. Looks like we should also thank the corporate media for actually broadcasting the front of Kavanaugh's home, which makes it so much easier for his enemies to find him. And let's not forget, contrary to written law, his fraudulency, Mr. Joe Biden, and this administration has actually been championing these protests outside the justice's home. Again, refusing to do anything about it to stop them. As I just shared, the legislation is stalled in the House. Why is that? If these were threats to the left-leaning justices versus the conservative, right-leaning justices, I can all but damn guarantee you something would have been done a long time ago. This is all on the media and the Democrats who have demonized and scapegoated conservative justices, actually calling them threats to democracy, and even worse. And in the case of Kavanaugh, the media demonized this guy. They smeared him. They dehumanized this man as a serial rapist and a sexual predator. Do you understand that this is what the left actually wants? It's not like it's a big secret. They want violence. I mean, this is the same left that encouraged and excused and stood around doing nothing in the summer of love when the Democrat-run cities were burning to the ground. Then they proceed to open the prisons, open the border to the drug and the sex traffickers. And they try to say it's all a myth, that Antifa and Black Lives Matter are terrorists. They leave the schools open. Then they hope for Donald Trump's death or assassination. And while they're doing all this, they're lobbying to take away the American people's guns. Literally, for the past 5 years, Democrats and the media have time after time sided and emboldened and actually encouraged the likes of Antifa and Black Lives Matter to engage in political violence. Kavanaugh has been a prime target of those lives and those hate campaigns for the last 3 years. Now, if this suspect is indeed guilty of what he's charged, does anybody doubt that he saw himself as a hero? He was going to save democracy. Probably thought he was going to earn his own MSNBC primetime hour. But that's where things stand today. All right, let's check in with Rainmaker this morning. Hello, Rainmaker. How you been?
Hello, Steve. I'm doing good. Just kind of hot and waiting for the rainstorms to start.
You got you got monsoon season coming up in Thailand in short order.
Yeah, July is when it officially starts.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Where to start, man? There's just so much craziness going on right now in America, and there's too many stories. But it really aggravates me the most, and I'm sure it does everybody else, to be painted as a bad person. Republicans, I mean, even in other countries, people don't get the truth about what's really going on with the guns. All they hear is shootings, and Republicans are putting guns, and people think it's the Republicans, and they think it's the guns. You don't know the truth. And I was listening to Glenn Beck this morning, and somebody was talking to him about stuff, and it doesn't do any good to get on the social website of Trump's, because who's on there? Just Trump supporters. There's not going to be any people of the left. So technically, we really need to have like a CNN or BBC or NBC, some national news station, start telling the truth. I mean, Fox does, but everybody says, "Oh, Fox," right-wing Republican news thing. But, at least they get some of the truth out. Not enough people hear it because, too many people are mesmerized by CNN,
Mm-hmm.
But take Joe Behar. Did you see that news thing, what she just said about it'll be a good thing when black people start to have guns, right?
And I saw that several people shared that link with. What in the hell is she talking about? What is she actually? If you didn't catch it, Joy Behar on The View this past day said, gun legislation will happen when black people start getting guns. In other words, like when black people get guns, then Congress is going to act to take the guns. Where in that? I mean, she's off this planet. I mean, how many blacks are shot every weekend in Chicago by other blacks? I mean, this woman's she's on Jupiter.
I know. She lives in a castle on top of the mountain with a moat around it where nobody can come in there, right?
Right.
But it's not just every weekend; it's every day in Chicago. People in New York City, Los Angeles, it's too dangerous to travel down the street. People are scared to death. And then the other story about the Washington Post writer that's gay, that's married to a white guy. He's scared of white supremacy. I think me and my white husband, we need to move somewhere because it's too dangerous for us. We might get shot. My goodness. Like I said, the truth needs to get out. And I was kind of hoping that Elon Musk will really buy Twitter, but at least, we would have a voice.
Hey, wake up.
Twitter.
Open your eyes to something new every day.
I apologize, Rainmaker. That's my computer doing its own thing.
No problem. That's all right. Oh.
Well, otherwise, everything going well. Are you still you're in summertime, fall? What time of year is it where you're at?
It's pretty much a summertime all the time.
Oh, okay. It's always summer.
There's a few months that it gets down, around 50 degrees at night. It's kind of chilly, but yeah, me and my wife of 18 years, we've kind of had a falling out, and I've moved out of my house and I'm in another house renting. And I've been thinking about wanting to come back, so at least I'm around my grandkids and stuff. But, I'd be kind of stupid to come back to America right now because things are getting ready to turn really bad. I mean, everything is just, that's what else I want to talk about is what Biden's administration is talking about. They're talking about emergency. And their Democrats are like a wild dog backed in a corner. It's going to do something bad. And that's what they want. They want to declare emergency, just like Justin Trudeau did. Right?
Yep.
And Yellen was talking about climate emergency, the drought. There's so many things that they're going to use, and with all the guns and the shootings, they're just going to allow Biden to make all the decisions and give him, if he declares kind of like a War Powers Act emergency or something, they might even mess up the elections. Did you hear about the monkeypox mask they was talking about? Maybe.
Yes. Yeah, the CDC, they did announce going back to masks for travelers, and I think like 24 or 48 hours later, they backed off that decision. Yeah, people are done with the masks. But hey, Rainmaker, sorry to hear about your falling out there with your significant other, but hey, it's great to hear from you. He's checking in from Thailand, by the way. Our old friend Rainmaker. We've hit news update time as we close out hour number 1, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The House January 6th committee seeks to eliminate the Electoral College and stop former President Donald Trump from running for office in 2024. This, according to Representative Jim Jordan of Ohio. He spoke to Newsmax.
This thing is so partisan, they went out and hired the former president of ABC News, to choreograph this documentary, this production. And who's their first witness going to be? The documentarian who was embedded with this group. So that sort of tells you everything you need to know about what this committee's objective really is and how truly partisan the whole operation is.
Gas prices rose again on Wednesday, setting another record high and adding to a string of consecutive record high days. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of unleaded gas is $4.96. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
The Denver Broncos have a new owner. Reporter Lance Pry has the details.
The Denver Broncos of the National Football League are being sold for roughly $4.65 billion, a record in United States sports sales. Rob Walton, who is the billionaire heir to Walmart, has officially entered into a purchase agreement with the Broncos. When the dust settles, Rob Walton will be the wealthiest NFL owner, valued at $58 billion.
The Biden administration is undergoing a period of unusually high staff turnover as President Joe Biden nears 18 months in office. Long hours, low morale, and relatively low pay are taking a toll on both the ranks of the senior staff and the more numerous junior aides who keep the White House running. Hot weather is expanding from Texas and across the western U.S. with record temperatures forecast. Fox Weather said the heat wave will continue to build in the south and southwest. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download on iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
San Francisco District Attorney Chesa Boudin will be removed from office following a recall vote. Appearing on Fox's America's Newsroom, Los Angeles Deputy Attorney John Hatme says he had radical and extreme policies that led to an increase in violent crime.
Most of us, we wanted reforms. However, what we got with George Gascon and Chesa Boudin is radical and extreme policies that have led to a major increase in homicides, smash and grab burglaries, follow home robberies, fentanyl deaths, and gun violence.
Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton announced that he has launched an investigation into Twitter to determine if they are being transparent about bots on the platform. The Attorney General saying all they're doing is asking questions.
We've sent out what are called civil investigative demands, and they're questions about these accounts and whether they are real, and all we need is real answers. And if we get those real answers and they match up, everything's good. If they're deceiving consumers, that's an extra cost to consumers that they shouldn't have to pay.
The Boston Celtics and Golden State Warriors are set to face off once again in Game 3 of the NBA Finals tonight. The series is tied at 1 game apiece after Boston won Game 1, and the Warriors responded with a dominant win in Game 2. Game 3 will tip off from the TD Garden in Boston at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems.
For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, hour number 2 up and running. Here we go. Rolling into a Thursday. Hammerhead is on board. Apparently Hammerhead just found the program. Hey, finally get to hear you live. It's been a long time. Hammerhead from Oklahoma here. All right, good to have you with us, Hammerhead. There's Malpractice checking in. Morning, good morning, my 1010 CV friends. Malpractice hauling baby chicks to Sioux Rapids, Iowa. With the ridiculous Birdman tonight. Put it in the big hole and gouge on it. Have a blessed night. Okay. Becca checking in from Atoll, Kansas. Beautiful night, 66 degrees. There's Crazy Ray checking in from West Michigan. 55 at this hour. And Deborah's on board with a nice 62 degrees here in the heart of Indiana tonight. Hope everyone stays safe out there, especially my special driver. Good to have you with us. Let's get back to our calls here. Table Scraps is on board. It's been a while. What's happening, Table Scraps?
Yes, sir. Good morning. Hey, I'm going to be honest with you. My head's about to explode, but I'll try to keep it in check. First, I want to start with these protesters. I know why it's stalled in the House. Because we have this wonderful thing called the Constitution. You can't arrest people just because they're on a public sidewalk. You can only arrest them if they trespass.
My understanding is there not a law in regards to protesting or demonstrating in front of the likes of a judge's house, which obviously these are individuals, because they're protesting to impact or sway the decision of the justices.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, I totally get what they're doing. But me, myself, if I'm going to believe in the Constitution, I've kind of got, and this isn't going to be popular, but I've kind of got to stick up for the stuff even that I don't agree with. I don't think they should be doing it. But you can walk up and down the sidewalk anywhere you want, and you can't be arrested for it. It's just the way it is. The same Constitution that protects us to have our guns protects people to be on public property. And I believe that's where the stalling is. They know they can't really do anything about it. But other than that, let's go on to something else. Let's go on to the gun stuff. I heard a real interesting call last night about somebody being all for the Second Amendment, but we should have to bring our AR-15s and other firearms to the police department to lock up in their vault, and we can check them out, and we get to use them with their permission. I don't think that's how that works either.
Most of those that responded to that was always moving. That she was just trying to think outside the box, and I guess she was alluding to with that particular type of weapon versus she wasn't saying your handguns and whatnot, but I don't know. It was. I've heard no one's agreed with that. I mean, the reason you got the weapon is for your personal protection, or supposedly.
Yeah. You get Babbling Joe on there talking about people shouldn't have military-grade weapons. They're not military-grade weapons. They're a civilian version of a military weapon. I just don't get it. People are emotional. You can't just do stuff to say, hey, I tried to do something. If it's not effective, they banned the AR-15s once already, and the gun crime rates didn't change at all. So I don't know. But I am all for if you've got kids in the house and your kid gets a hold of your gun and does something stupid, the parents ought to be partly liable.
Yeah. Well, that's
it's a big responsibility. And if you're going to have that crap in your house, hey, I've got a couple of ARs, I've got my pistol, and if somebody breaks into my house and grabs one of my guns, it's my fault if I didn't lock it up.
Yeah.
I'm
with gun ownership comes responsibility. Absolutely,
Yeah.
There's two cases we've been talking about just this week alone. Had the 2-year-old in Florida that somehow picked up a gun. He had killed his daddy. 2 years old.
Yeah.
The dad's dead. Now the mom. Now the kids have been taken away, so they've essentially lost both parents. Odd thing was, both of them were felons, and they weren't supposed to have guns in the home to begin with. But yeah, they had the gun, and it wasn't locked up.
Yeah. I mean, I try to be reasonable, but we something has to be done. But what can you do? I was reading a thing today that said, since the shooting at Newtown, Connecticut? What was that, 11, 12 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
They have passed 450 new gun laws. But we're not enforcing the ones we have. You've got departments not reporting stuff to the FBI like they're supposed to. City, county, and state police. They're not doing their job. So you go in, you do your background check, and then they come out, oh, well, the guy did have some mental issues. It wasn't on the background check.
Yeah, it wasn't reported. Yeah,
well,
the information sharing. Yeah. I mean,
right.
They've been trying to do something about the information sharing, making it a requirement to share that information. It's all supposed to be in a federal database, but apparently, after all these years, a lot of info isn't in the database that should be there.
Right, and they want to blame it on the legal gun owners. And that's the ridiculous part. The government's not doing their job, but that's our fault. That's absurd. I don't know. It just boggles the mind. People believe. You listen to the news. People believe you can get on the internet and buy a gun. Well, you can. It gets shipped to a gun dealer in your area, and you pay them to do the background check. They don't ship it to your house. But they never want to tell the whole story because it's not going to fit their little narrative. Even my dad, we had a conversation this weekend. He thought you can buy a gun online and they mail it to your house. It just blew me away. Come on, you're smarter than that. But, hey, that's the majority of the people, though. Other than that, what's new and exciting?
God, not a whole hell of a lot. It's been a while since you checked in. Everything going well on your end?
Oh, yeah. I'm getting ready. 2 weeks. Subaru's shutting down, so I'll be out of work for 2 weeks. If you need me, you can find me at the beach in Cancun, Mexico.
Cancun.
I'm getting the hell out.
All right. Is that
time for a break.
Is that like routine summer maintenance kind of thing they do, shut down for a couple weeks?
Yeah, they shut down the last week of June, first week of July. So then they shut down again between Christmas and New Year's. So it's good. I'm a workaholic. It forces me to take time off. The wife likes it. So
very good. Well, hey, good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. Going back to your first comment about, because it's been a couple of months, at least a month since we had at the initial protests in front of the Supreme Court justices' homes and the whole discussion of, is that legal or not? I mean, yes, we've got the First Amendment. So I had to, because I know I had shared several stories about it's one thing to protest in front of, say, a courthouse, in front of the Supreme Court, but it's another thing when you're actually in front of someone's home. So I went back and I dug up from findlaw.com, the legal website. The protesters, as Table Scraps just mentioned, argue that they're exercising their First Amendment rights in a manner that falls short of harassment. The problem is that federal law appears, I guess they're saying it's a gray area. Federal law appears to prohibit their action. There is something known as the picketing or parading law that states anyone with the intent of interfering with, obstructing, or impeding the administration of justice, or with the intent of influencing any judge, juror, witness, or court officer in the discharge of his duty cannot picket near a judge's residence. A conviction on that charge would come with a year, up to a year in prison, a fine, or maybe both. Now, the distinction, they say, is important. This law does not speak to gatherings of people who protest a court's decision, but focuses instead on gatherings that seek to influence a decision. And in this case, which is in regards to the leaked draft that is not yet final, the appearance of attempted influence is pretty darn clear. Now, they do say there's actually precedent for this case. 1965, U.S. Supreme Court case, Cox versus Louisiana. Justices concluded that picketing outside courtrooms and judges' homes with the intent to influence decisions infringes a substantial state interest in protecting the judicial process. The majority opinion insisted that mob law is the very antithesis of due process. Now, legal experts have been looking in, weighing in, and concluding the law appears to be clear. The statute would seem to apply both because they appear to be picketing and parading with the relevant intent and at the relevant locations, according to Drexel's University Law School. I get you. Just like he said, hey, there's that right. There's your First Amendment right. So, with that in mind, I'm not exactly sure what is the holdup in the House with proceeding. Now, I'm more inclined, as I said earlier, to feel that for those on the left, it's they're kind of liking or even encouraging people to get out there because they're in front of the conservative justices' homes. That's my take, but hey, I'll get back to your calls here after a 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, and as far as the gun laws are concerned, here's what happened over the past day. The House of Representatives actually approved legislation in favor of raising the age to purchase certain types. They refer to them as military-style rifles to the age of 21. The vote was 228 yeas, 199 nays to include this provision in a larger package of gun control measures that were approved earlier by the House Judiciary Committee. Now, it passed with some Republican support. It faces a very uncertain future in the Senate, they say, the evenly divided Senate. Anthony Brown is the Maryland Democrat that authored this provision set on the House floor. That, yeah, you look at the Uvalde shooting, the Buffalo, New York, the Florida's Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, and others, all committed by males under the age of 21. Right now, you have to be 21 in this country to buy a handgun, and you only need to be 18 to buy a semi-automatic rifle capable of committing unspeakable tragedies, as he put it. I served in the military, he says. I trained with these weapons. I know what they can do. These weapons of war have no place in our neighborhoods, let alone in the hands of an untrained 18-year-old boy. All right. This is Title I of the Protecting Our Kids Act, which will prohibit federally licensed federal gun dealers from selling to anyone under the age of 21. They describe any semi-automatic centerfire rifle or semi-automatic centerfire shotgun that has or has the capacity to accept an ammunition feeding device with a capacity exceeding 5 rounds. Now, Brown says that it would generally not apply to pump-action shotguns or hunting rifles. They did not proceed with an outright ban on the likes of AR-15s and other military-style weapons. So I guess they're saying we're trying to compromise. Either way, when the votes were cast, 10 Republicans actually sided with including that provision, raising the minimum age. There were 2 Democrats that voted against it. Republicans who spoke out against the legislation says it's an overreach by the federal government. Now, this is the kind of thing, it's going to go to the courts, right? Michelle Fischbach says, raising the legal age of gun ownership to 21. It's very likely unconstitutional. Kentucky Representative Thomas Massey said this provision to raise the age to buy a long gun, including rifles and shotguns, would be, in his words, immoral and unconstitutional. Why is it immoral? Because we're telling 18, 19, and 20-year-olds to register for the draft, requiring them to. You can go die for your country. We expect you to defend us, but we're not going to give you the tools to defend yourself or your family. That's the whole debate. You know, we've been there, done that, but ultimately it's all going to come down to somewhere down the line, probably what? It'll ultimately go to the Supreme Court to have to make that decision. There's a reason, there's a constitution, right? All right, let's see, rolling to our news break, just a few minutes away here. Let's get back to the calls here. Who we got on the line?
Good morning, Steve.
Hey there.
Yeah, this is Gilligan.
What's going on, Gilligan?
Think out what I said.
No, it didn't. It's not showing anything. It's blank screen.
Yeah, I got a new headset. I thought maybe it could do a better job.
Hey,
It sounds a lot better.
It does. It does sound a lot better. I'll grant you that. Yes, sir. It does.
Okay. Well, I sent you two stories. Did you get the one about Ricky Schroeder? How they're going nuts on him because he said former child star Ricky Schroeder has insane demon theory about Pride Month. Did you get that one yet?
I'm seeing. I've seen the link here. I haven't had a chance to pull it up, but yeah, I've got that here. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and he posted how Demon is in the middle of Pride Month, and and the left's going nuts. Extreme right winger and racist, homophobic, and all this crap. And I have no problem, gay, bi, transgender, whatever you are, but to me it is against the will of God because I consider myself a Christian. But just because you point something out does not make you hateful and all that. But that's the left for you. Also sent you another link, I don't know whether you got it yet, about how Pennsylvania has passed a bathroom bill for truckers. Did you see that?
I see that. I can pulling it up as we speak. So I guess you just sent that a few minutes ago. I guess so. Well, I guess that's been rightfully so, right? This is what just kind of mandating that if you're going to be at a delivery or pickup point, they got to give you access to restrooms. Is that it?
Exactly. I have never understood why somebody would deny a truck driver access to a bathroom.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been at places where, we're not a truck stop. I'm here like, all I want to do is do my business and wash my hands. What does that got to do with a truck stop? It's like these people said, we don't. I've had places where there's nice restrooms around. They leave you a Johnny Blue outhouse. I know Johnny Blue's a kind of a local thing. That's what we call it and stuff. It's insane how the drivers are treated out here. And yeah, I've been on the road for 23 years. So I've seen a lot of it. That driver there earlier that was talking about how they can't understand how it's not unconstitutional for blocking people from marching on a sidewalk and that stuff. Yeah, you can have access to the sidewalk, but intimidating and harassing a judge is a crime. So if you're marching out there in front of their house, that is harassing and intimidating and trying to change, to force a judge to change their mind on a case. You know, that's where that falls in. Yes, you have a right to be on the sidewalk, but no, you do not have a right to harass that judge. I think it's about as plain as black and white.
Scooter sent me the actual link to from the Cornell Law School, the Legal Information Institute, as it's called, 18 U.S. Code 1507, which is the picketing or parading. Whoever with the intent of interfering with, obstructing, or impeding the administration of justice, or with the intent of influencing any judge, juror, witness, or court officer in the discharge of his duty, pickets or parades in or near a building housing a court of the United States, or in or near a building or residence occupied or used by such judge, juror, witness, or court officer, or with the intent uses any sound truck or similar device, or resorts to any other demonstration in or near any such building or residence, shall be fined under this title, or imprisoned not more than 1 year or both. Nothing in this section shall interfere with or prevent the exercise by any court of the United States of its power to punish for contempt. So the picketing and parading, Scooter was pretty much on the same page as I was. How did he put it? He said, the reason it's not been brought to the House floor is because Nancy Pelosi is slow walking it, trying to leverage for protection for all legal aids. But that's from the actual federal code, protesting jurists. And with that, we'll get our news break, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
A report shows the Abbott Nutrition plant and the FDA knew about problems at the baby formula facility months before previously reported. According to the Wall Street Journal, Abbott Laboratories and the FDA received word about possible problems in February 2021. The Biden administration has faced criticism over the baby formula shortage, which has panicked parents nationwide who are struggling to find formula for their young children. While the House January 6th committee gears up for Thursday, Representative Jim Jordan of Ohio told Newsmax Democrats want to eliminate the Electoral College and stop former President Donald Trump from running for office in 2024.
They went out and hired the former president of ABC News to choreograph this production.
Public hearings start Thursday night. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by government.com.
Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you are guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan Silver Dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment, available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, who else we got checking in? There's JS, a.k.a. Jack Shish Kebab, right? Hello, JS. Morning, Steve, and everyone else out there. Have a good day. Be safe out there. Miss Millie is on board. Morning, Steve. I listened in to Jim Jordan from Ohio today. If only the rhinos and the left had as much sense in their little finger as this guy has. Let's go, Brandon. Everybody truck safe. Take care out there. Take care, son, okay? And I'm thankful everyone was safe at the Meijer Distribution Center. I'm retired from one of the Meijer stores back in 2009. It was a 45-minute drive. Can you imagine, with the cost of fuel, what it was, the price of fuel, what it would cost me to go back and forth to work? Yep. Sure enough. JS chimes in on the restroom legislation there. And I guess it was at Pennsylvania. He said it's because a minority of nasty, dirty, urinating all over the bathroom and acting like they were raised in a barnyard ruin it for the majority of drivers. I don't blame the shipper or receiver. Again, he said a minority of drivers. Okay. Oh, boy. So let me go ahead and share this one. Ken, I met Ken in Louisville there at the Mid-America Truck Show. Thinking did I even get to shake your hand, Ken? I know, I believe he and his wife came by. They had a little gift card for me. They handed me a calendar, a trucking calendar. He said, Steve, check out the calendar I left you at the Mid-America Truck Show, June. This month is the orange hot rod I own and drive. That's a nice truck, Ken, I got to tell you. He said, it doesn't have a speed limiter other than my right foot, nor does it any of the other 10 rides that I've owned and operated. I don't need a government bureaucrat to regulate how fast or slow to drive. I run the same route twice a week. Now, the speed limit is 70 miles per hour for 90% of it. I choose to drive 65 mostly. I try to stay out of the way. I gas on it when I have to get around slower traffic and just generally try to be a courteous professional businessman. I don't need a lawyer, a wife, a boss, or an insurance agent to tell me what to do or when to do it. I am an owner and an operator. But the world needs people who can't think for themselves. They're a team of useful workers who've never had the internal fortitude to be a small business owner. I don't want anyone to take this wrong. I do not mean any offense, but there are thousands of good company drivers. But there's three kinds of people in this world: leaders, followers, and those of us who want to make our own way and just be left alone. Yes, the world needs workers and leaders, but the ones that get the most done are guys and gals who actually have some skin in the game. Now, we have Knucklebusters comments the other night, obviously. We'll go to the next fleet, and some bunch of college-educated 20-year-olds telling them how fast to drive, when to leave, when to get there, and on and on. The shareholder will profit from his work. He'll get a pat on the head as long as he conforms to their rules. Anyway, my point is, when a guy comes on a radio show and it starts spewing things that he knows nothing about and disparaging some of the most hardworking and intelligent people in the industry, it makes me kind of wonder why. I've got a theory. Maybe he's always wanted to try it, but he's too busy listening to those lawyers and bosses and insurance agencies and wives telling him he couldn't do it. So now he's driving with all of his electronic gadgets that tell him how long to drive, when to take a break, when to sleep, how close he is to the next vehicle so he doesn't run him over. Maybe he wishes for the freedom that trucking once was. Maybe now old and jealous, wishes the same miserable working condition as in ELDs and speed limiters on everyone else. Takes videos and snitches on another man just trying to make a living. We all know there's got to be more to the story. There was a time when most truck drivers envied a big ride, getting it done in the left lane, but sad to say those days have been laid to waste by the likes of these big ATA fleets who just want to level the playing field. Whiny, crybaby wannabes and busybody groups who have the bureaucrats' ear. What is left of this once noble profession is only a memory. And the old schoolers are dropping out of the business every day. Yeah, I myself count the days till I'll park this truck. At this point, it's a job. The big fleets want to make it fair. What they want is for there to be no incentive to work for someone who trusts you enough with tools you need to do this job, and no electronic babysitter. Their hope is it'll fill the empty seats. Just follow the money, if you know what I mean. So if you want, you can keep listening to your lawyers, your bosses, your wives. The world needs those kinds as well. But just mind your own business and stay out of mine. Okay. Everybody have a safe day. That's Ken with Red Pine Express. Yeah, and he's driving a nice truck there. Now, here's another guy, I guess, that had pretty much the same kind of sentiment. I kind of figured we'd hear from you. Hello, Grump.
Hello there. Yeah, I got a call on that, and the guy just called me and said, "Did you hear what Knucklebuster said?" And I said, "I try not to listen to Knucklebuster. He's an idiot." He said, "Nah, well, he, was cracking on owner-operators, running his mouth." So I played, replayed the show there and heard it. And I don't know what the guy's problem is. Honestly, I don't. Does he bitch as much when they got two trucks running door to door, and starting it off with, well, he trying to hang me out in that left lane. Well, what the hell was he doing in the left lane? It just, I don't know. There's more to the story, I'm sure, but I'm not going to crack on him because I think he's irrelevant, number one. He can hate who he wants, but he's a dumbass for the statement he made, and just, it made absolutely no sense. What owner-operator, and I know a lot of them, I am one. I got two trucks on the road. What the hell is the benefit of me or Jimmy or anybody else getting out here and hauling ass and getting a ticket, or something like that? We drive to make money. We are small business people. That's what we do. We're also a dying breed out here. When you look at the owner operators right now that are out there's only about 350,000 right now that actually owns trucks. And when you look at the immigrant drivers, Steve, that's come into this country right now driving a truck, they make up 18.6% of this industry. And they've been 45,000 come over since COVID as under the emergency powers. They let them come in and drive trucks. The idiot that hit my mirror last time on my run out here, coming out here to Baltimore, hit it, hardly spoke a word English. He just, he got out, looked at my mirror, and, folded the damn thing in up against the truck, and sorry, that's all he said, and went back down his truck. I said, "Get your little ass out here." So he got out there, and I made him pay for the mirror. Made him pay for the damn mirror. He had to go walk across the street, cash comp check, pay for the mirror. And I said, "No, you're going to pay for the mirror, you're getting an ass whooping, one of the two." I'm tired of this crap here where you idiots hit my damn truck. You come over here to drive a truck and you're tearing up everybody else's crap. I'm tired of it. But, Knucklebuster went off on his little tangent about OIDA and how he hates owner-operators and all the rest of this stuff. And I agree. He's probably jealous. He's never had the stones to own a damn truck, is why he's running his mouth like that. But, like I said, it's irrelevant. When he comes on, I go pee. That's like my cue right there. Just step out and go to the bathroom. And that's twice a night. So, but, when you look at the accident rates and everything and the speeding and all this other garbage, Steve, it's increased 17, off of the DOT's website. It increased 17.8% since 2017. And you know what they contributed to? Electronic logs. I'm like, well, hey, that's the way it is. It creates this atmosphere that people has to rush.
Yep.
And we got about 171,000 drivers that are leasing trucks from companies. I didn't know it was that high, but that's what DOT's saying. It's somewhere around 171,000. That's company-owned vehicles that has a lease driver in them. And I'm like, wow, that's it just blows me away that there's that many people that's willing to go broke. Right now, I'm fine. Hell, I do 2,300 miles a week. I'm off 2 days, 3 days sometimes. It just depends on how quick I get done and get back home. There's $7,500, for 2,300 miles. That ain't bad damn money for a week's worth of work, and, that's gross, of course, but, time to pay fuel, take home stuff, there's, $5,300, $5,400, $5,500. It just depends on, where I fuel and how hard I run, that kind of thing. But it's, like I said, it's ridiculous that, somebody's got that much hatred for somebody that they want to cast this big net over everybody, and I couldn't picture somebody, like Big Moose or somebody like that, had a, very successful company and ran it the way it should be ran and did a hell of a job as an owner operator and a business owner. I couldn't see him leasing on or hiring company drivers or leasing owner operators on that's going to get out here and make a fool out of themselves and drag his name through the mud or ruin some kind of something that he's built, or the same way with us. If I used to haul minerals out of off the Mississippi River. I'd haul them over to Northern California to a plant up there, and $300 a ton. I could haul 26 ton in my trailer, and that was, I could legally scale 52,000 pounds in that bulk trailer. That was damn good money, man. I mean, it's but one stipulation is they check your driving record. If you've had any tickets or anything at all that might jeopardize that load, you don't get that load. There was 6 of us at that company that I was leased to that got to haul that freight. 6 of us out of about 250. And that was, they had company drivers there, but they just didn't let them haul it. I mean, it's just the way it was. But anyway, enough of that. It's water under the bridge, and whatever. I really don't care. I mean, like I said, it's what he says, and I pay absolutely no attention to it, other than the fact that it pissed me off about getting thrown under cast that big old net thrown over all of us like we're all a bunch of damn idiots, and that's not the case. Owner operators, the true owner operators, the ones that have some earnest money, they put on their truck, they go to a dealer and they buy their damn trucks. These guys, every one of them that I know, and I know a lot of them, are some business savvy people. They're out here for a freaking reason, and it ain't out here to blast up and down the damn highway 90 mile an hour. But once in a while frustration does set in, usually when it's 2 ATA trucks that are running door to door for the next 15 freaking miles because one's too stupid to get around the other one or something. It's well, he ain't going to slow down and let me over. Well, here's a news flash, dumbass. He's legally occupying a lane of traffic. Why would he slow down and let you? He didn't put you out in that damn left lane. Do it yourself. Back off of it and get behind him. I mean, but this is what we have out here, and it just burns my ass that this is going on. Whereas I can, if I want to pass somebody, I step down on it. I was looking at my average today, 63 mile an hour all day long. Average fuel mileage. I'm getting 7.4 mile per gallon. And it's, that's where you make your money and your profits and things like that. It ain't out here blowing down the damn road and pissing people off that's going to, call in and be that little tattletale. And I'm going to call his boss man in the morning. Big deal. Call mine. They know me. I've never had a moving violation in almost 30 years. Never had an accident, on 4 million miles. Gouger, he's working on 6 million miles, no tickets, no accidents, none of that. How did we survive without, getting by like this without, the help of somebody like Knucklebuster, but anyway, here, let's talk a little bit about this. It's a damn shame that these justices, the law is not applying to them for some reason. Even if they do not use the 1507 law, that's been on the books since 1950, and it's been adjudicated several times. They've had several arrests under it. And even if they don't do that, the minute these people are out there chanting and ranting and raving and acting like a total bunch of idiots, that's disturbing the peace. We had during the Mike Brown thing, in Missouri, in the town I live in, they had a protest right in front of a store. They were out there waving their banners and stuff like that. And the store manager called the cops, and said, hey, they're over here disturbing the peace. Well, they sent them over there, and they said, you got 2 choices: disperse or you go to jail. And they did wind up hauling some of their butts to jail, but for disturbing the peace. But it's still unlawful assembly. Mm-hmm. And why it's not being, we got this idiot. I mean, this complete idiot. And in the beginning, when Barack Obama put Merrick Garland up for, Supreme Court justice, and he didn't get an up or down vote on the Senate floor. I was like, I was kind of leery about that. I thought, what the hell? Why didn't he get an up or down vote? The smartest move Mitch McConnell ever made in his life was not, and I don't like Mitch McConnell at all, but the smartest move that man made was holding off on that idiot, because he is nothing. And maybe that's his problem now. Maybe he just got his, he's got a red ass for, for everything, for not being able to go in front, be a Supreme Court justice. He'll never be one. He's a fool. I mean, he just picks and chooses laws that he wants to, he wants to enforce. And I guarantee you every damn one of them are about a conservative. And one of the things that that you see right now, Steve, with so much going on, is all these recalls that are coming about. They just recalled that idiot up in San Francisco, the district attorney up there. Now you got this bonehead over in Los Angeles. They're going to, probably recall him. And, that ought to send a message to the Democrats, if they wasn't so damn hard-headed and so stupid, that, people are fed up with this crap, man. People are sick of it. Now they're passing gun legislation, and years ago, I guess, I agree with the fact that if you got 18-year-olds joining the damn military and they get out and they want to buy a weapon, that's their business. They should be able to buy a weapon, even if they're in and they're at home wanting to buy, a weapon. That should be their business. But Democrats will step over a dollar to get to a dime. They'll look at this and they'll say, "Wow, let's pass some meaningful gun legislation," and that's gonna, that the sky's gonna open and angels is gonna fall out and everything's gonna be fine. There'll be no more school shootings. None of that. They're that damn stupid. This kid right here, he was a bonehead that shot up down in Uvalde. He was an idiot anyway. I mean, he was just a troubled teenager.
Right.
And how he bought a damn weapon. Now, people like that, they were to have a parent that have to, I can understand having legislation where a parent would have to sign for them if they're not in the military. Would have to go into the gun dealer and say, look, all right, I'm going to sign for it. Or maybe you have to post a bond on the weapon. That's not violating their constitutional right. That's added security. If they want them to have the damn weapon, then it needs to be understood that he gets out here and shoots up a school or something like that, your ass is going to jail too. How's that sound, parent? I guarantee you that would cut down on a lot of parents, And
well, I mean, if I understood correctly, he had attempted to get, I believe, a sister or someone to purchase, or maybe an aunt to purchase a gun for him before he turned 18, and they wouldn't do it. So he just waited till he hit that 18th birthday.
Yep. And I think that guns ought to stay out of the hands of certain people, and people like that, that's not in the military or it's not a violation of their constitutional right to say, look, yeah, we understand, but you can't drink a beer, right now. Why in the hell would you want to buy an AR-15 or something like that? Let's have a parent sign for it. If they think you're competent enough, then they can put their name on the paper and they can go to jail right along with you if you abuse that right. And I got a house full of guns, man. I just bought another AR-15, but we shoot. We go out and we do a lot of shooting, me and my son and a few other people, and target practice, go deer hunting, whatever. But it's my boy's been raised around weapons his entire life, stuff, and he didn't get to touch them, growing up. He just did not. If we went out shooting, then he got to shoot there. But when they were, when they're at home, they were locked up. That was just not even debatable. If I'd have caught him one time handling a weapon, or something like that without my supervision or without my wife being there or somebody like that or an uncle, hey, it'd been hell to pay on the boy's butt. I ain't kidding you. He wouldn't have done it twice. It wouldn't have been habit forming. And he knew that. So it's you got to have a respect around weapons. And, what happened in Uvalde, I don't know. I don't know what this kid's problem was, other than the fact that, they try to lay a lot of that crap off on bullying and things like that. He's so, just depressed and everything. I'll get the hell over it. My God, it's people, I don't know what influences some of them, but, I know it was just senseless, how it happened and cops sitting out outside the damn, I don't know, man. I just don't even get going on because it still pisses me off.
Yeah, it's a
separate
subject.
Saying, man, but
Well, we're up to the top of the hour here, Grump. I'm glad you took time to give us a ring. Thank you for checking in. We got to take care of our news break. Much more to come. It is 844-844-3388. A Thursday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The House January 6th committee seeks to eliminate the Electoral College and stop former President Donald Trump from running for office in 2024. This, according to Representative Jim Jordan of Ohio. He spoke to Newsmax.
This thing is so partisan, they went out and hired the former president of ABC News to choreograph this documentary, this production. And who's their first witness going to be? The documentarian who was embedded with this group. So that sort of tells you everything you need to know about what this committee's objective really is and how truly partisan the whole operation is.
Gas prices rose again on Wednesday, setting another record high and adding to a string of consecutive record high days. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of unleaded gas is $4.96. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490. The Denver Broncos have a new owner. Reporter Lance Pry has the details.
The Denver Broncos of the National Football League are being sold for roughly $4.65 billion, a record in United States sports sales. Rob Walton, who is the billionaire heir to Walmart, has officially entered into a purchase agreement with the Broncos. When the dust settles, Rob Walton will be the wealthiest NFL owner, valued at $58 billion.
The Biden administration is undergoing a period of unusually high staff turnover as President Joe Biden nears 18 months in office. Long hours, low morale, and relatively low pay are taking a toll on both the ranks of the senior staff and the more numerous junior aides who keep the White House running. Hot weather is expanding from Texas and across the western U.S. with record temperatures forecast. Fox Weather said the heat wave will continue to build in the south and southwest. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
A pro-abortion activist group sent a message to Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh's wife and daughters. On the same day, police arrested a would-be assassin near their home.
Nicholas John Roski is facing charges of attempted murder of a federal judge after he was arrested near the home of Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh's Maryland home. When he was arrested, investigators say Roski was carrying a pistol, a knife, pepper spray, zip ties, a crowbar, and other items. Utah Republican Senator Mike Lee joins Fox News and talks about when Democratic Senator Chuck Schumer said at a rally that Kavanaugh had released a whirlwind and would pay the price during his confirmation period.
These were words that were intended to bring about that kind of reaction, and that's what we face today.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Mortgage rates are back on the upswing after a brief decline in May, and the housing market is still suffering from a lack of listings. Total mortgage application volume fell 6.5% last week compared with the previous week, according to the Mortgage Bankers Association's seasonally adjusted index. The average contract interest rate for a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage increased to 5.4%. And Johnny Depp's lawyers hinted they may not collect a payout from Amber Heard. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So I got there in the break. What'd she say? Our new national average, is it 496 now? Based on the trends, we'll hit that magical $5 per gallon national average likely today. Might even surpass it by a few cents. 501, 503, what's it going to be? You're thinking there's any relief coming in short order? In its most recent short-term energy outlook, the Energy Information Administration predicting record production of crude oil next year. The outlook calls for record prices, though, over the same time period. We continue to see historically high energy prices as a result of the economic recovery, the repercussions of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Although we expect the current upward pressure on prices to lessen, high energy prices will likely remain prevalent in the United States this year and next. Among those record-breaking costs, diesel, which averaged $5.57 a gallon in the month of May, they say is expected to drop to $4.78 per gallon in the third quarter of this year. The outlook predicts the drop, anticipating diesel wholesale margins will fall from $1.53 per gallon to $1.07 per gallon. Again, between now and the third quarter. Refinery utilization is forecast to average 94% in the third quarter of this year It is a direct result of high wholesale product margins. This would be at or near the highest level in the past 5 years. Yet operable refinery capacity is currently 900,000 barrels per day less than it was at the end of 2019. As a result, total refinery output of products is not expected to match those levels of refinery utilization. Global expectations, their final footnote, low oil inventories as well as existing and potential sanctions imposed on Russia continue to increase volatility. According to the outlook, in the month of May, the Brent crude oil spot price averaged $113 per barrel. They do not expect that average to drop to $108 per barrel for the second half of the year. Anticipated production of Russia's liquid fuels is expected to decline from 11.3 million barrels per day in the first quarter of this year to 9.3 million barrels per day by the end of 2023. Numbers, but that's from the Energy Information Administration this past day. There you go. Rubber Duck's on board. What's going on, Rubber Duck?
I don't know. I couldn't sleep. I'm just riding around my little town, and I'm literally one of 2 cars on the street.
All right, are you on a... Yeah, put your microphone in front of your mouth if you're on a headset or whatever.
There it is. How's that? I need to get the new headset that you're advertising. That's what it is.
That makes a difference.
Get rid of that other one. Sorry about that. Hey, you met Troy Huddleston from Roadworks at Louisville and maybe a couple of the other shows. The guy that used to have a really cool gold wing door red Freightliner show truck before he got the job we all wanted, pulling for the Chrome Shop.
Boy,
Did you have a chance to meet him?
I met so many. His name's not ringing a bell anyway. But
we unfortunately we lost him. He was on his way up to the ATA historical show.
Yeah.
Day 4 yesterday, and said he wasn't feeling good. Laid down and passed away from a heart attack.
Wow, is that right?
56 years old.
That's even scarier.
Makes you think a little bit.
Yeah, that's me. That's my age. Wow.
It's me too. And trust me, I went all day without buying a pack of cigarettes. So I just went in there at 1:12 in the morning and bought a pack. Thinking maybe that would get me back to sleep. But so let's talk about these speed governors for a minute. My little town right here, it's 25 miles an hour, and it's a combination of county roads and state roads. It feeds a couple plants. It feeds a UPS feeder facility, so I have these trucks coming through all the time. Nobody goes 25. It's 25. Are we going to set the governors at 26 miles an hour so the guys won't speed through small towns?
Right.
I mean, it's... Somebody said it a long time ago, the best fuel conservation tool is the man's right foot. I had a guy from Kentucky teach me to think that there was an egg underneath my accelerator pedal.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a 500 horsepower truck. He said, don't stomp on it. Just work your way into it. Take your time. I have a 75 mile an hour truck. I don't go 75 miles an hour everywhere I can go. Hell, I go to Indy and I get passed by everybody that's in the top 10 of the trucking companies. I just looked them up as I was driving out here because I want to check on some stuff at the yard. We've had some catalytic converter mischief going on. So I'm going to see if I can thwart that. But the drivers for some of the biggest companies, everybody says it, construction zones, 45 mile an hour zones instead of 50s. They've got to soak every second out of that truck. My uptick in truck wrecks when I was running the wreckers was because they were in a hurry coming out on a ramp. I was never in a hurry when I could, be honestly, make it fit to the rules. So that's where we are with that. But the biggest ones I think are somebody said it before about the foreign drivers. They don't understand the language. They don't respect the signs. But somehow or another, they get in these conglomerates where they all get together and they're leased to one of the biggest home shopping companies in the country.
Mm-hmm.
They are the biggest offenders on the highway. The speed, accidents, discourteousness, lack of professionalism it is the best way to describe it. But I would lay it on that one humongous company and not the other one at the bottom of the alphabet, because they actually still take pride. You can call in on one of their trailers acting a fool, and they actually might take some action on it. But other than that, I don't know. Let's see, 529, 524, and 569. So it came down a little bit for gas.
Now, where's 569? Is that the premium?
Yeah, that would be the premium that I need to put in the Cadillac, because it just likes to ping.
And where's that at? What?
That would be LaPorte, Indiana.
Okay.
Which is kind of strange, because our gas prices are 10, 15 cents higher than, say, South Bend, which is 30 miles to the east, Michigan City, 15 miles to the northwest. I chalk it up to transportation costs. We're a little hamlet town. We're off the toll road. That costs you to get here. And we're not close. So, our gas is going to be higher.
Mm-hmm.
But everybody in town, it's a conspiracy theory. They're out to get us. No, they're not. That's the price you pay for living, to be able to be in Chicago in an hour and 15 minutes and still have a house that's under $1,000 a month on a mortgage payment. You're going to pay. You're going to pay tolls. You're going to pay gas. Oh, sad thing is I pull in here right now. 2 years ago, we had 3 trucks. I got hurt, and I had to heal up a little bit with my shoulder. Now we got 2.
Mm.
We sold the one that was paid for because we could never find another driver. And these jobs pay, and I'm dead serious, they pay between $1,000 and $2,000 a week. And you could be home every night if you know how to do it, if you know how to run your clock. But the man, and he's a small business. You had that thing about the fuel. I mean, I'm a load of fuel every day, $600 to $700 every day, and I swear I try to be polite. 65, 66 miles an hour in a 65 zone. I do everything I can for them, but I can't get fuel mileage in a car hauler. I get a 5.2. I get a 5.2, and I get a steak dinner. You got these guys saying they get 10s. That's what's funny. But
yeah,
I'm sorry, I'm all over the page
Grump,
chasing the squirrels.
Grump was getting, 7 point something? I mean, that's pretty good in this day and age.
Right. Well, if you think about the wind drag I have, even when I'm empty, all those posts sticking around the side of the trailer, and then you put a car on it, or Christ, I've had Chevy Tahoes up there on the first spot of the truck. I've seen 2.9 miles per gallon all the way across New Mexico. It's the cost of doing business to get the load out to the West Coast. That's why we got what we got paid. This is exactly what somebody said in 1996. If I wanted fuel mileage, we drive one of them really pretty trucks with all them little pretty spoiler thingies and pull a box. I laughed, and then he just showed us what we made that year.
Yep.
We make good money doing what we do. And then you drive by your Buick GMC dealer here. Not very many new cars. Oh, a new police car sitting over there watching everybody sneak by, but No, he's got some used cars. That's it. Little mom and pop used car lot used to have 50 cars on the lot, maybe 15. The Ford dealership, I hope you don't want a pickup truck because you're going to have to buy an Escape, an Edge, or Explorer. They literally do not have one pickup truck on their lot.
Really?
I'm dead serious. Not new or used. It's gone. So everybody, like they said, you might want to circle your wagons.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not hearing nearly as much about the chip shortage as we did, say, a year and a half ago, but I think, the problem's still out there. Problems still exist. I haven't seen any photos from, like, Kentucky Speedway. Remember when they had all those thousands and thousands of trucks that were parked down there? Did they ever get those cleared out, or they're still... Honestly, I don't know if they're still parked there. But they were all waiting on the chips. All right, Robert Duck, thanks for checking in. Hey, that frees up another line. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, once again, plenty of room for you here on a Thursday at 844-844-3388. Yeah, Rubber Duck brought up the whole thing about... honestly, I don't know who to believe. You see these stories where they're saying, well, if you listen to the likes of the Democrats, Pelosi and Biden, it's all the big corporate greed. Oil companies are reaping record profits with these incredibly high fuel prices, and they're the ones to blame. Whose fault really is it? Of course, Biden says it's Putin's fault, right? So I came across the story, and this kind of tries to delve things up. First of all, a Massachusetts gas station owner fed up with what he considers attempts by oil companies to fleece customers with outrageously high prices at the pump has stopped selling gas as a protest. Reynold Gladue, who's run Wren's mobile service in downtown Amherst for nearly 50 years, drained his tanks early this month, and he says he has no plans to refill them. I don't want to be a part of it anymore, he says. A story published in the Daily Hampshire Gazette on Tuesday. He says this is the biggest ripoff that's ever happened to people in my lifetime. Gas in Massachusetts is averaging more than $5 per gallon, according to AAA New England. Now, we will continue to do oil changes and other auto repairs, but he said he's probably not going to be able to stay open for long without selling gas. Now, he says, here's where it gets interesting, quote, dealing with mobile. They don't think their pricing policies. They don't think through their pricing policies anymore. I've served their product, but I refuse to do it anymore because they're only getting richer. Now, we spoke to a representative from ExxonMobil via an email response to the newspaper. She said, Julie King says, the price at the pump is out of her company's control. It is based on several factors, including the price of crude. So who do you believe? Ken gives, I felt, a very interesting explanation. First of all, he says, this story in itself, here we have our wonderful media that trots out their expert of the week to castigate the oil companies. And they wonder why the public questions their veracity. Some of the people that are given status in the media have actually caused harm to the industry and consumers alike. Now, I disagree. I'm sure this dealer is a decent, hardworking person who deserves respect for enduring 50 years in business, but truth be told, it's likely his business model was inefficient and outmoded. He probably could no longer meet the financial requirements to purchase fuel. Now let's take a look at the factual inaccuracies of the story. The dealer is quoted asserting that Mobil is out of touch with their pricing. Well, New England, with the exception of the state of Connecticut, is what they call a brand-free. They have a brand-free agreement. It's a brand-free agreement market for ExxonMobil. The Exxon and Mobil brands are marketed through a small number of license-holding distributors. These distributors are free to source their motor fuel products through anyone. ExxonMobil is only involved in the protection of their trademarks and to ensure that the fuels, their fuels, are dosed with the proper amounts of proprietary additives, synergy. Truth be told, the majority of refined products in New England originate from the Irving and Valero refineries. ExxonMobil really has no input whatsoever with regard to wholesale and retail prices. There are several variables in the price of gasoline. You have the cost of your blend stock, your RBOB, your PBOB, your ethanol, your RINs, and temperature correction, to name a few. There's also differentials for terminal, shipping, and additive costs. The pricing indexes are maintained by third-party organizations like Platts, Argus, and the Oil Price Information Service. They are independent from the influence of the oil companies. In reality, the buck stops in Washington for the current status of the industry. ExxonMobil is not a culpable party. Interesting explanation. Who do you believe? Right? Everybody's pointing fingers. But I digress. All right, we'll get Eagles on board. Don't be snoring. Eagle, we got you coming up after the news break here. And room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
A report shows the Abbott Nutrition plant and the FDA knew about problems at the baby formula facility months before previously reported. According to the Wall Street Journal, Abbott Laboratories and the FDA received word about possible problems in February 2021. The Biden administration has faced criticism over the baby formula shortage, which has panicked parents nationwide who are struggling to find formula for their young children. While the House January 6th committee gears up for Thursday, Representative Jim Jordan of Ohio told Newsmax Democrats want to eliminate the Electoral College and stop former President Donald Trump from running for office in 2024.
They went out and hired the former president of ABC News to choreograph this production.
Public hearings start Thursday night. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com. Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you are guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan Silver Dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman to the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, great to have you with us here on a Thursday morning. Hope your week's going well. Weekend just around the corner. If you were not with us when we kicked things off tonight, did give an update. Eldora Speedway. Everything got rained out this past day with heavy showers, thunder. At least they didn't have any damage at the facility. As we had several tornadoes impact parts of Ohio this past day, but everything gets underway. So it's going to be kind of like a double header today. They're going to try to squeeze in all the activities that were slated for Wednesday, starting early today. I think gates open at like 10 o'clock this morning. Drivers meeting is at 10 a.m. So then they'll go through all the racing action, couple of twin 25s, 12,000 to win, and then they'll set the slate for the evening for the $1 million to win main event. The Eldora Million is now a one-day show today. Then, of course, you've got the Eldora Dream, which is another. That'll be Friday and Saturday. Saturday's main event will be a $128,000 to win event. Again, no official number on the number of cars, drivers that are vying for that Eldora Million. But folks there say there's probably 125 cars. Now, they're all vying to get in the main event, right? I think the starting field is it 26 cars, I believe, in dirt track racing? I think that's the number. So it'll be nearly 100 drivers that don't even make the field for the $1 million payday. But there you go, the update from Eldora this past day. Meanwhile, let's get back to the phones here. Eagle, you hanging with us this morning? What's happening?
Yeah. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. What you got?
Okay, yeah, I'm going to start out with something that seems kind of funny to me, Steve, before I get to more serious stuff. Today I just happened to be looking at some YouTube videos and on my cell phone, and just to show you how high the gas prices are in California. There was a guy who got into an altercation with the police, and him and his girlfriend got into an argument, and he kidnapped his girlfriend in his pickup truck. And I don't know if you've seen it before, in California, they have the helicopter in the air, and sometimes they show it on live TV. Well, they had this on live TV of the police chasing this guy on the interstate. He was running over 100 miles an hour. And then guess what, Steve? All of a sudden, the car starts slowing down, and the police are like, what the hell is going on? This guy is going from 100 miles an hour down to 40, down to 30, down to 20, down to 0, and they can't figure out what the hell's going on, why the guy stopped driving. And guess what? the guy ran out of fuel. That's a damn shame. That's a damn shame when you commit a crime and you can't get away because you run out of fuel because you can't afford to put no fuel in your vehicle. That's how expensive the fuel is in California. That's a damn shame. That we've come to this point, Steve. And the sad part about it is you people haven't seen nothing yet. And you know something, I just want to rub this in to a certain guy that used to call into your show who can't call in anymore. I would love to see that guy's face right now. All these people that voted for Joe Biden in 2020, I bet you when you pull up to that fuel pump, brother, I bet you don't feel so good about Joe Biden now. All those people that voted for good old Biden, I bet you when you pull up to that fuel pump, you kind of have a change of a heart all of a sudden now because Joe Biden is sticking it to you, brother. And the sad part about it is it all could have been avoided because he told you before he got in the White House what he was going to do, and I guess you either didn't believe him or you were too dumb to believe him. It's just sickening and disgusting, Steve, at the mistakes that these people have made, and it's costing everybody because, like I told you, well over 2 years ago, Steve, there was no reason. Well, like I said, Joe Biden didn't win the election anyway. I'll say that until the day I go to my grave. I know for a fact he didn't get more votes than Donald Trump. He shouldn't be in the White House to begin with. But like I say, people, they got what they wanted. Now deal with it. That's what I tell everybody that's got the guts, and most people don't have the guts right now at this point, Steve, to even admit they voted for Joe Biden. But if somebody had the nerve to walk up to me and tell me that they voted for Joe Biden, I'd laugh right in their face. Now, here, let me get on to something that's even more serious, Steve. As you know, as you talked about earlier this week, Steve, you said that there's a caravan coming out of Mexico headed to the USA. Okay. Now, here's something that I learned today, Steve. We in Texas, we got our first case of monkeypox.
Oh yeah.
The first person. What'd you say?
I said I didn't hear that. First case in Texas. Huh?
Yeah. You can look it up during the break. But yeah, in Dallas, Texas, somebody turned up with the monkeypox, and guess where this man had been visiting? Guess what country this man had came from? Where they think he got the deadly monkeypox virus from? Good old Mexico. That's where he came from, Mexico. Now we got a caravan that's headed to the USA, traveling through Mexico. I wonder how many people in that 15,000 to 20. I wonder how many of those people might have that virus in their system. I wonder if Joe Biden is worried about that, Steve. Worried about if some of those people in that caravan is carrying the deadly monkeypox virus. I guarantee you, Joe Biden's not worried about it because him or this Kamala. Because, like I said, to this day, Steve. To this very day, it's been over 2 years, brother. Guess what? Joe Biden ain't stepped foot, ain't been close to the U.S.-Mexico border to this day. And he, like I told you the other night, Steve, he was less than an hour away from the U.S. border when he went down to Uvalde, Texas, to see those victims that had got killed. And Joe Biden could have easily got on a helicopter or a plane and flew down to McAllen, Texas, Laredo, Texas. It don't matter. He could have went somewhere on the border to see what the hell going on, and Joe Biden didn't go. So that tells you right there he doesn't care about the U.S. border and the individuals that's headed this way, even if they got a deadly virus, Steve. It's just sickening and disgusting. I just looked at another video on TV, Steve, about the empty grocery stores. There are stores all over America now. The shelves are empty, no food, no water. Meats and stuff are in Walmart. The trucking, these diesel prices are starting to affect trucking companies now, Steve. You're going to see more trucking companies dropping like flies. I don't see how some of these companies are going to stay in business. You've already seen two companies, go into consolidated with each other. Smith, you talked about that Smith Transport consolidated with Heartland Express, and then there was another company that consolidated with somebody else, because the things are getting out of control. the higher the fuel goes up, the more companies you're going to see going under, Steve, because this is totally ridiculous. And here's the sad part about it, Steve. For them losers, the ladies say yesterday that's all they can do. That if you don't like it, well, go buy you an electric car. The nerve of those people, for the nerve of her to come out and tell somebody that they got to buy an $80,000 vehicle. The electric car costs more than the damn car they run on regular fuel. If you can't afford a $10,000 car, how you gonna buy an $80,000 car? And see, here's something else, like you said, Steve, that Joe Biden and these people. We learned this lesson a couple of years ago in Texas, Steve, about these so-called solar panels. And when we had the ice storm that came through Texas, well, what do you do when you don't have no sun shining, or if the wind power, these wind turbines freeze up? Then what you gonna do then, Joe Biden? But they don't think about that, Steve. What you gonna do? How you gonna charge up that car? You don't went over it night after night. How you gonna charge up your car when the lights go out, when you ain't got no power? Joe Biden, they never thought about that. Like I said, Steve, we got the best thing going is fuel. That's what America has been running on for decades, and that's what we need to continue to run on. And for the nerve of these Democrats to even try to change us into something that has no provability whatsoever, it's just real sad, Steve. And I want to say this one more time. For Joe Biden, every time I hear that guy come on television and blame Vladimir Putin, when this guy knowingly shut the pipeline down and put people out of work and shut the refineries down, for him to come, for the nerve of that guy to come on TV and not blame himself for the problems that we're having in America, Steve. Every time you pull up to a fuel pump, you should look. The only man you need to blame when you see that $7 and $8 on that fuel pump is Joe Biden, because he's the only man to blame. Vladimir Putin ain't got nothing to do with it, and I tell Joe Biden that directly to his face. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
There you go. Eagles on a rampage there. It's 12 before the hour. Yeah, he didn't shut down any refineries. Like he meant to say he canceled the leases. And, all that's true. We've been through that over and over again. On a lighter side, earlier this week I shared, Peggy had sent me an email. I forget, was it called the Stella Awards, I believe it was? Named after the woman, that famous lawsuit, the woman that burned her coochie with the hot coffee and successfully sued McDonald's for whatever it was. There was, I believe, 7 different stories in the mix. This past day, this has got to fall into the list of potential Stella Award winners. And we wonder why our insurance costs are so high, you might say. Out of Kansas City, Missouri, the Missouri Court of Appeals has affirmed that an insurance company must pay a $5.2 million settlement granted to a Jackson County woman who claimed she unwittingly caught a sexually transmitted disease from her former romantic partner in his car. She had sex with the guy. He had an STD, and she's suing his auto insurance and wins. In an opinion issued Tuesday, you can't make this stuff up, a 3-judge panel found the judgment entered against Geico General Insurance Company through earlier arbitration proceedings was valid. The insurance companies sought to undo the action, claiming errors were made in Jackson County Circuit Court, and the settlement agreement was not done in line with Missouri law. According to the court papers, though, the woman, identified in court records only as M.O., notified Geico in February of last year of her intention to seek monetary damages, alleging she contracted HPV, the human papillomavirus, from an insured member of his automobile. In his automobile. The man caused her to be infected with the STD despite being aware of his condition and the risks of unprotected sex. The insurance company declined the settlement, obviously. It sent the case to arbitration. Yeah, but long story short, they go through arbitration. The man was found liable for not disclosing his infection status, and the woman was awarded $5.2 million for damages and injuries to be paid by Geico. $5.2 million. All right, 9 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I have yet in my lifetime to step through the doors of a Buc-ee's. Maybe one of these days. Yeah, why mention that? Apparently, Buc-ee's announcing yesterday they're going to replace their existing travel center in Luling, Texas, with the biggest Buc-ee's ever. The new store is going to be built next door to the current location, which they say that'll allow a seamless transition from the old to the new structure. Construction should begin this fall, they say, off I-10. The new Buc-ee's Luling will occupy more than 75,000 square feet. They will have 120 fueling positions outside the store, thousands of snack, meal, and drink options for travelers on the go, as well as the same award-winning restrooms, cheap gas. Really? What do you mean cheap gas? Quality products and excellent service that has won the hearts, the trust, and the business of millions in the South for nearly 40 years. All your favorites, your Texas barbecue, homemade fudge, beaver nuggets, jerky, and fresh pastries will all be available. Yeah, they noted that the original Buc-ee's Luling was the brand's first family travel center. Back in 2003, the new location will continue that pioneering history and ensure the nation's largest Buc-ee's remains where it belongs. Everything's bigger in Texas, right? 120 fuel pumps, though. What's going on, Philip?
Hey, buddy, how you doing today?
Hanging with them.
Doing all right?
Yes, sir.
Well, I tell you what, I go to Buc-ee's. I go to Buc-ee's in Daytona. I like Buc-ee's. It's cool. The only thing I have a beef with is they don't like trucks. That's the only thing I don't have a beef. I have a beef with, and they got the biggest property ever seen as far as a gas station goes. And I tell you what, with all the parking problems we have with trucks nowadays, and those folks have got a ton of room, I don't understand why they don't like trucks. I mean, I just don't get it. What do you think, Steve?
I think you mentioned that somewhere down the line when the subject of Buc-ee's came up. Yeah, I wasn't aware. You said they don't allow big trucks on their facility. Is that correct?
Absolutely. It says no semi trucks on their on the signs going into the parking lot.
Wow.
And you won't see a semi in them at all. From what I understand, that Buc-ee's had the idea that they wanted to make it where, like, if a family was on a trip, they could pull into any place and not have a problem with trucks and all the stigmatism that goes with truck stops, which is a bunch of junk. Because I tell you what, when I was a kid, we used to go on trips. My dad used to stop at truck stops all the time. I don't get it. What I heard, that way that their system or their theory came about was that's close to Baylor University down in Texas, from what I understand. I'm not too familiar with that area, so if I'm wrong, I'm sorry. But I'd heard that a lot of people would go to Baylor for their football games and all that, and they would come in, and that was where they would go at, and it made a place to where they could go in and get, what they needed at a convenience store or fuel. So, but I like the one in Daytona. They make a great biscuit. They have great pastries. They have great stuff there. Their bathrooms, you could probably park a truck in their bathrooms. That's how big they are. They're huge. They got over 100 pumps at the one I go to. And their fuel is cheaper, I will say that. But if you're a Sam's member across the street to Sam's, they run about the same price as Sam's does. So I guess that's around cheap as you can get. But, it's good. And also, about this insurance thing you just mentioned, are you kidding me? Somebody actually sued Geico because they caught a sexually transmitted disease in a car?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And they won.
Well, I'm going to tell you what. That's the reason why my dadgum insurance went up.
Yep.
Now I know. Now I know why my insurance goes up, because I got Geico. I'll be damned. So does that mean that Holiday Inn and the people who insure Holiday Inn is gonna get sued if somebody catches something in one of their hotels? What do you think, Steve?
He didn't disclose that he had a sexually transmitted disease. Yeah, I don't really grasp how that could be possible, that Geico would be liable for that. But
that's a bunch of junk, I'll tell you. And yesterday we did have a watch, Steve. We didn't get to see it.
I'm sorry, I was going to say the whole idea. If I'm understanding, I guess when the suit was filed, the woman said she's going to file, for liability, and I guess what they just said, like the hell you are, and they sent it to arbitration. Maybe that was where the mistake was made, because somehow the arbitration ended up leading to Geico, being liable.
That's crazy. It is. That's the craziest thing I ever heard of. I would be interested to talk to John Morgan down here and see what he thinks about that one. Even he's the lawyer. Oh my God, man! I'm coming by Longwood over here, the Longwood rest area. We were talking about truck parking. Longwood. If you're on I-4, any of you guys out there, and you're coming down I-4, you're going to Longwood towards Orlando on the westbound side. Don't go to the rest area. The truck's already backed out to where the last truck is almost sitting in the third lane over here on I-4. So
wow.
But anyway, and also I want to, before I go or anything, I want to mention, I'm thinking of Becky, Eskimo Mom. I hope our friends are okay over there at Tip. I saw the pictures of the tornado over there at Tip that took the warehouse out, the Meyer warehouse. I don't know if you heard about that, Steve.
Yeah, Eskimo Mom did check in the first hour. She's actually working tonight. I mean, the pictures that you're seeing look like it was pretty significant damage, but she said really it's just that one back corner of a very large facility. So she said when you go into the warehouse for you wouldn't even know there was anything that happened unless you went back to that corner.
Yeah, it was a far warehouse. Well, thank God. Hopefully nobody got hurt on it. And we've seen a lot of those. And I think was it Walmart and FedEx, or Walmart and Amazon both lost places with tornadoes in the last year. So, but they had that launch yesterday, and we had thunderstorms down here. I couldn't see it because we had a major storm around my house. So, but that was a regular Starlink mission they got off yesterday. So. But that's all I had today, Steve. You have a good one, and we'll catch you later.
All right. Thank you for checking in. Have a great day there, Philip. Yeah, we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast, 3 o'clock Eastern time on a Thursday morning. And we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. Long way to go, short time to get there. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The House January 6th committee seeks to eliminate the Electoral College and stop former President Donald Trump from running for office in 2024. This, according to Representative Jim Jordan of Ohio. He spoke to Newsmax.
This thing is so partisan, they went out and hired the former president of ABC News to choreograph this documentary, this production. And who's their first witness going to be? The documentarian who was embedded with this group. So that sort of tells you everything you need to know about what this committee's objective really is and how truly partisan the whole operation is.
Gas prices rose again on Wednesday, setting another record high and adding to a string of consecutive record high days. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of unleaded gas is $4.96. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490. The Denver Broncos have a new owner. Reporter Lance Pry has the details.
The Denver Broncos of the National Football League are being sold for roughly $4.65 billion, a record in United States sports sales. Rob Walton, who is the billionaire heir to Walmart, has officially entered into a purchase agreement with the Broncos. When the dust settles, Rob Walton will be the wealthiest NFL owner, valued at $58 billion.
The Biden administration is undergoing a period of unusually high staff turnover as President Joe Biden nears 18 months in office. Long hours, low morale, and relatively low pay are taking a toll on both the ranks of the senior staff and the more numerous junior aides who keep the White House running. Hot weather is expanding from Texas and across the western U.S. with record temperatures forecast. Fox Weather said the heat wave will continue to build in the south and southwest. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
A pro-abortion activist group sent a message to Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh's wife and daughters. On the same day, police arrested a would-be assassin near their home.
Nicholas John Roski is facing charges of attempted murder of a federal judge after he was arrested near the home of Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh's Maryland home. When he was arrested, investigators say Roski was carrying a pistol, a knife, pepper spray, zip ties, a crowbar, and other items. Utah Republican Senator Mike Lee joins Fox News and talks about when Democratic Senator Chuck Schumer said at a rally that Kavanaugh had released a whirlwind and would pay the price during his confirmation period.
These were words that were intended to bring about that kind of reaction, and that's what we face today.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Mortgage rates are back on the upswing after a brief decline in May, and the housing market is still suffering from a lack of listings. Total mortgage application volume fell 6.5% last week compared with the previous week, according to the Mortgage Bankers Association's seasonally adjusted index. The average contract interest rate for a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage increased to 5.4%. And Johnny Depp's lawyers hinted they may not collect a payout from Amber Heard. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
you very much. There you go. Welcome into a Thursday, 9th day of June. That's not what we wanted to hear. Headline, Houston. According to Reuters, LyondellBasell Industry, LYBN, plans to shut its Houston oil refinery by the end of next year. It could close sooner in the event of any sort of equipment failure at their major units. According to those familiar with the company's operations, like I said, that's the last thing we'd want to hear. You know, we're already way behind on refining capacity by 900,000 barrels per day compared to where we were in 2019. Yeah, this move could heighten the risk of fuel shortages in the United States and put additional pressure on fuel prices, which of course are already sky high, as we know. All right, back in April, the chemical makers said they would cease operating the 263,000 and some change barrel per day refinery by the end of 23, essentially exiting the motor fuels production. Apparently, the facility's getting old and they need some overhauls. And the cost of the overhauls, they're going to just cease operations. Lyondell spokesperson Mr. Gray says the company previously announced it will cease operations no later than December 31 of next year. In the meantime, we will continue serving the fuels market, which is expected to remain strong near term. But the company has determined that exiting the refining business by the end of next year is the best strategic and financial path forward. Now, of course, we had at least 5 oil processing plants that shut down during the pandemic, as I just mentioned. Yeah, leaving us structurally short of capacity for the first time in decades. Now, we're also just beginning hurricane season, which forecasters tell us is expected to be well above average. And we've got about half our refining capacity along the Gulf Coast. Lyondell's, well, there's the answer. I said it was getting old. Lyondell's more than 100-year-old Houston plant can produce 89,000 barrels per day of gasoline, 44,500 barrels per day of jet fuel, 92,600 barrels per day of diesel fuel. According to the government data, the refinery's major units are their 2 crude distillation units. They've got 2 cokers, gasoline-producing fluidic catalytic cracker, otherwise known as an FCC, sulfur recovery units, and certain hydrotreaters. Now, this facility sits on a 700-acre site along the Houston Ship Channel. Position-wise, this facility is more inland, so it's a bit less vulnerable to the impacts of hurricanes than some of the other plants that sit right there on the coastline. This facility actually remained in operation back during Hurricane Harvey. In 2017, they had a higher elevation. That was the storm that had a number of plants shut down due to flooding, several feet of rain that fell on the Gulf Coast over several days. But so I guess in the event of any sort of failure at any of the major units there, they could just call it quits at any point in time. Not what we wanted to hear. And then just, we shared night before last, wasn't it? I think, was it Chevron's CEO who made the statement that he does not see another refinery ever being built in this country. All right, back to the phones we go here. See who we got on the line. And who's this?
Hey, AAA here.
What's going on, Triple A?
Happy almost to Thursday, my friend.
Almost Friday.
Yeah, I just want. Yeah, that's right. Almost Friday. Friday Eve, say.
That's it.
But, I just wondered. You hadn't mentioned it. I just wondered if you knew Minister passed away.
No, sir.
Yeah, he called in to Gary Jeff's show, and he also called into, I can't remember what the guy's show is on Saturday at 9 on your old station there, the one that's an attorney.
Cunningham, yeah.
But no, not Cunningham. There's another one that's an attorney that's on Saturday morning, 9 o'clock. I forget.
Mike Allen. Mike Allen, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Mike Allen, yeah. Well, anyway, he used to call in. He was Glenn from Mason. Glenn was his actual name. But he used to call in as Glenn from Mason. And I don't know. I guess it's been maybe 3-4 weeks ago. Allen mentioned that Glenn from Mason had passed away. And I thought, well,
I don't think they were one and the same, because I remember hearing Glenn from Mason many times. I don't think that was the same guy.
That sure sounded like it to me. And like I say, he always argued on when he called into the Steve Allen show or whatever.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you wanted someone to get your blood pressure up, that was the guy to do it. And yeah, Minister could do the same, but I don't know. Just based on the calls over the years,
they sure sounded alike.
There were a lot of similarities. Yeah, that's for sure. But, all right, interesting.
But yeah, I mean, and like I say, as soon as I heard that, because the first time I ever heard Glenn from Mason, I said, well, that's Minister, But all right, well, I guess maybe we'll find out, because if Minister hears it, he'll call in and say that a rumor of his death are greatly exaggerated.
Right. I'm not dead yet. Yeah. Like again, Glenn from Mason. That's a suburb of Cincinnati here. So I think he was a local guy. Minister, he's Mississippi guy. So.
Oh, okay. Well, like I say, it sure sounded like him to me. But anyway. All right, well, I appreciate it, man, and you have a good one, and have a good coming up weekend, and I'll be listening to the show. I love your show, man. You do a great job.
Thank you much, Triple A. And either way, regardless, sorry to hear about the passing of Glenn from Mason. But yeah, that guy, man, oh man, just you'd want to pull your hair out every time. And what else on the list here? All right, we've got a major trucking company. How do you pronounce it? Saia? S-A-I-A. Is it Saia? Saia has announced they will no longer transport firearms amid the renewed national debate on gun control, according to the report from FreightWaves earlier this week. The Georgia-based logistics and shipping giant reportedly announced a new rules tariff last week in the wake of the recent mass shootings. The tariff discontinues the shipment of firearms, including handguns and rifles, both assembled and disassembled, meaning it also covers the shipment of parts that could be assembled into a firearm once the carton is opened. FreightWaves noted Saia will continue to transport individual firearm parts such as gun barrels and grips, along with ammunition, which is a separate commodity classification under the hazmat rules. They added that LTL carriers like Saia have always had a kind of a fraught relationship with gun manufacturers, in part because of the potential for dangerous theft and a supposed negative image. But even before this latest spat of shootings, a number of carriers have distanced themselves from moving guns. FreightWave says today it's easy to make the case for shedding the business due to the negative optics, a general lack of comfort in hauling the product. You've got greater liability and a greater risk of theft. That last issue is potentially serious, given the multiple handoffs involved with LTL shipments and the number of people that handle the product between pickup to delivery. Yeah, LTL carriers, in contrast to full truckload carriers, transporting products or goods for customers that do not take up the entire truck. Rex Oliver tells FreightWaves, I would feel safe to say that most LTL companies today would actually shy away from the commodity just due to the risks. But the Business Insider noted despite mounting pressure from gun control advocates, few national companies have issued any sort of a public statement or made drastic changes to their policies in regards to guns. It should be noted that SIA did not provide a specific reason for their firearm ban in either the rules tariff or a similarly dated press release. No real reason, but hey, there you go in the industry headlines. Morning, Horse Feathers.
Morning, Your Honor. Well, I think SIA ought to either go all the way or not have an issue with all of it. If you're going to say you're not going to move part of it, then don't be a part of the gun industry at all. Give up all the parts and give up the ammunition too. Don't touch any of it if you're going to be that way. I don't know. Just my opinion. Sounds like they're just kind of playing both sides there, But anyways, hey, listening to the news broadcast here, the USA News and that. Has Joe Biden got a bunch of truck drivers working for him? Have you been listening to this at all?
Yeah. What part of the break was that? What am I missing?
Well, his staff, they're overworked, underpaid, poor morale.
Oh,
like
yeah. Well, I've been seeing the headlines. They're having a kind of a mass exodus. Yes.
Yeah, and they're reporting, that they're overworked, underpaid, poor morale. That sounds just like the trucking industry, doesn't it? Anyways, I guess we got a little go both ways there, kind of see what the rest of us feel like out here. But I tell you what, we got a tough night going on out here, Your Honor. It's kind of hard keeping the cigarettes lit there on the propane.
Yeah, you're in the rainy. You love a rainy night, right?
I was up there at the oil refinery there in Philadelphia there, and standing on the propane loading rack with a Zippo lighter. Now the Zippo lighter ain't got no problem there because that's pretty well set to be in a hurricane there. You keep that thing fired up pretty much no matter what. Sometimes you got to chase the flame a little bit, but I tell you what, lightning all around and downpour and high water trying to get back around to the truck, and I'll tell you what, there is about a challenge to get loaded up there. So, but we've had some pretty good showers there all the way through the night there.
Yeah.
So, still a lot of lightning around there, and got a lot of cells there. Sometimes you be riding down the road with no wipers on. Next thing you know, you got the wipers on high, and all the cars are throwing their four-ways on and jamming their brakes on and wanting to stop in the middle of the road and get run over. So I don't know. Somebody's got to explain it to me. I ain't got it. I haven't ever figured that out yet. Throw your four-ways on and stop in the middle of the road. That sounds safe, doesn't it, Your Honor? But anyways. But other than that, not a whole lot other than that going on there. As I say, I'm maybe got. They make a cigarette. Do they make any cigarettes there you can keep burning there in the rain? Is it waterproof at all, or just give it up on that?
Not that I'm familiar with. I maybe if you tried a vape pen, that might work in the rain.
Yeah, I heard they're kind of dangerous there because they got them lithium-ion batteries there. I'd be afraid I'd be getting electrocuted or something with one of them things out there. But make my hair get curled or something. But anyways, hey, speaking of that, just one quick thing there. Did you see that Metro deal there where there was a fight there on one of the Metro tracks, and they were fighting over top of that third rail, which carries what they say it had 600 volts and I think like 1,500 amps. And one of the guys there was in the fight ended up getting on the third rail, and he was sitting there convulsing and that from being, the electric shock. And the other guy ran away, and some good Samaritan went out there and grabbed a hold of him, pulled him off the third rail, and he survived. Both of them actually survived out of the deal. So I guess that was a good thing. But yeah, being out there on them train tracks ain't no place to be, getting in a fist fight, falling down, all that there. But anyways, I don't know. That's about all we got going for you. Not a whole lot of that going on. Looks like things have been pretty quiet out here. Roads seem pretty quiet tonight. They're busier there around the midnight time, but things seem to quieted down here quite a bit.
So where are you rolling through now? I mean, I'm looking. Looks like there is some light at the end of the tunnel. Your rains should be kind of winding down in the next few hours.
Yeah, no, we're right here in the Baltimore area, and according to the local news, there by probably 6 o'clock in the morning, it was all supposed to be pushed out of the Baltimore area for morning rush hours. So the roads might still be damp and wet, but other than that, I think most of the storms are supposed to be pushing up to the northeast there. So probably Philadelphia will have it all through the rush hour time. New York City will be through the rush hour time into mid-morning, and then them poor people up New England there, I guess they're supposed to get it all day, aren't they? Pretty much the whole daylight hours.
Yeah, a lot of. You're right. Philadelphia, it's not even raining there right now, but yeah, your last push, that last line of heavy rains pushing through Baltimore right now.
Yep. So yeah, that's right what we're in. So we're keep. I don't know. Put the galoshes on and get out the umbrella there and the raincoat. Look like the Morton Salt Man. But anyways, that's about all we got going for you. I guess Long John Silver's. I guess is there still even Long John Silver's out there anymore?
Absolutely. Yes.
Is there? Okay.
Yeah,
They're all gone away here.
I love my Long John Silvers. It's just Long John Silvers don't love me. That's, Long John Silvers and KFC. Those are two things I can eat, and I don't care if I take a Tums or an acid pepper or whatever. It's going to give me indigestion from hell.
The gift that just keeps on giving.
Yep. Remember
there
the old?
You go.
What was that? I ate the whole thing commercial.
Yeah, I don't remember. Which one was that?
Was it Tums or Tums, Rolaids? One of them, it seems like. I ate the whole. Was that Pepto-Bismol, maybe? Plop, plop, fizz, fizz. Yeah. I'm dating myself now. We're going back years and years. All right, it's 844-3388. Also in the mix, we touched on this several nights ago. I don't know how they're just now saying that it really became official, I guess, yesterday, that Dr. Oz, there in Pennsylvania, wins the Senate primary. I mean, this story says wins the Senate primary Wednesday. So he will now officially face Democrat Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman come November. A race that could help determine control of the closely divided Senate. Democrats say they view this as maybe their best opportunity to pick up a seat in the race to replace the retiring two-term Senator Pat Toomey. But the recount that had been ongoing, the recount determined Oz indeed eked out victory over McCormick, 951 votes. Out of more than 1.3 million cast. After the whole recount, the margin change, it was 21 votes was the change from the original count versus the recount. So McCormick conceded to Oz last Friday, kind of acknowledging after a week of county by county recounting, he was not going to see the boost he needed to close the gap. So, all right. So I guess they officially recognized that this past day. Okay. It is 844-844-3388. Let's get our news break here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
A report shows the Abbott Nutrition plant and the FDA knew about problems at the baby formula facility months before previously reported. According to the Wall Street Journal, Abbott Laboratories and the FDA received word about possible problems in February 2021. The Biden administration has faced criticism over the baby formula shortage, which has panicked parents nationwide who are struggling to find formula for their young children. While the House January 6th committee gears up for Thursday, Representative Jim Jordan of Ohio told Newsmax Democrats want to eliminate the Electoral College and stop former President Donald Trump from running for office in 2024.
They went out and hired the former president of ABC News to choreograph this production.
Public hearings start Thursday night. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by government.com. Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you are guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan Silver Dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733 3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesmaned the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, the heat is on out west. And looking here, more than 22 million people in the Southwest being advised, brace yourselves for dangerous heat. Well, the forecasters say that this has the potential to be a deadly heat wave. For the next several days, records will fall and temperature may exceed 110 degrees. As I mentioned, more than 22 million people, California, Nevada, Arizona, under some sort of heat-related alert through at least part of the upcoming weekend. Please protect yourself. That's the word from the National Weather Service office in Phoenix. While the office in Sacramento said the heat will affect everyone, not just people most sensitive to heat risk. Please learn the signs of heat exhaustion and heat stroke. But here's what you're looking at. It's going to be very dry. It's going to be very hot. An excessive heat warning is in effect through Sunday night for the San Diego area, where temperatures are forecast to hit 117 degrees. Similar sweltering conditions around the Grand Canyon and other parts of central Arizona, including Flagstaff, Las Vegas. Yeah, temperatures could reach 110 in Las Vegas. You're used to the heat there, though. Some of the most extreme heat is predicted in Death Valley. Along the California-Nevada border, mercury could hit 121 degrees. So an excessive heat watch is also in effect through Saturday for a large swath of California. From Sacramento to Los Angeles, temperatures up to 106 expected in the San Joaquin Valley and the lower Sierra Nevada foothills. Highs around the Bay Area, maybe 102 degrees. Los Angeles is expected to max out at 105 degrees. All right, how bad will it get? According to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, don't expect the heat to subside anytime soon. This is the beginning of what could be a scorching summer. June, July, August, with the exception of a few areas in the Pacific Northwest and the Northern Plains. In addition to high temperatures, they're also expecting lower than normal precipitation across the West, which is not good news as the ongoing drought conditions continue. All right, when will it end is the final question. Depending on the location, most of the heat-related alerts will expire Saturday evening or Sunday evening. But the heat is on. Good time to make sure your cooling unit is in good operating order. I guess the next question, things I'll be watching for is, They've been advising us for months now that this summer is going to put an incredible strain on the power grid. And yes, California is one of those areas that are expecting to see some of the greatest strain. Now, when you're talking triple-digit highs through 3/4 of the state, you know the grid's going to be maxed out. Have to pay attention to that over the coming days. Well, there's a good old heat wave. Hey there.
Excuse me. Good morning, senor. From the Camaro, racing to work. How y'all doing this morning?
Is the heat on in your neck of the woods yet?
Oh, it's getting there. We had a lot of promise for rain yesterday. Yesterday afternoon, I mean, it looked like it was going to just pour down on us. And, well, as usual, it's kind of like a political promise. Promises made, promises broken.
It all fizzled out?
So, yeah, pretty much. It looked pretty, but that was about it. I guess the lead jackass of the country is going to be visiting the lead jackass of New Mexico on the Saturday now. So, and all they're going to talk about is the fires. That the biggest fire that New Mexico has ever had, and I guess the biggest fire in the country right now. And I guess they're going to figure out it's probably Trump's fault, because everything is Trump's fault, because it was the government that set the fires to begin with. So that's about par for this bunch out here. Well, we got our Republican nominee for governor. His name is Mark Ronchetti. And he pulled away with 58% of the vote. Candidate I voted for got 14%. So I told Ronchetti I wasn't going to vote for him in the primary because I didn't think any of the things he had said about Trump and the other Republicans was that damn funny, as he called it a joke. And so the orange man is bad, and I've lost my Republican soul. I didn't think that was funny at all. But he's who the Republicans picked, and so I guess I'll be voting for him. Michelle Lujan Grisham ran unopposed, and her total vote count was like 5,000 more than what the total Republican vote was. And it's not surprising since most of the state is Democrat. I guess we'll see what happens come November. Yeah, I'm heading to Phoenix, so I'm going to be literally out of the frying pan and into the fire, it sounds like, huh?
It's going to be hot in Phoenix. They're talking, 115, I think.
Well, let's be sure that we get all these electric cars so we can go ahead and save the world. Good night.
Yep.
Power outages, save power. Well, how do I charge my car? Oh, get a diesel generator. Excuse me? Yeah. I was watching a thing on George Carlin yesterday on Showtime, and he had come up with something in 92 that was talking about the arrogance of man. The Earth has been here about 4 billion years. We've been around for, 200,000? And we've been highly industrialized for the last 200. And it says, the world has gone through just multiple different forms of cataclysmic, we had ice ages, we had the meteors. I'll say meteorites because I want to yell meteorite boy. We've had asteroids, sorts of cataclysmic activities naturally, and then someone's going to worry about a damn plastic straw or plastic bag, thinking the world is going to come to an end. Well, in their minds, we are, but It's like George Carlin said, we are temporary. The world has been here a long damn time. And so, but yeah, I thought that was pretty interesting what he had said back in '92. So what else did I miss on my night off? Did everything get resolved with the Marine, or is he still kind of not feeling all that great about himself?
I don't know. I don't think we'll be hearing from him for a while.
Well, you know, Steve, if I say something stupid or ignorant and I don't have all the facts, I expect someone to call me out on it. You know, Grump has called me out and told me to read up on something, and you know, I didn't get butthurt about it. I said, you know what? You know, that's just the way it is. Okay, great. That I didn't realize that. I was ignorant of the fact, but I didn't push the fact. I don't think.
Yeah.
You know, and if you're going to say something stupid, or if you get on the air, period, to talk about anything, you need to be prepared to have it whacked. I mean, if you stick your neck out, sometimes it's going to get chopped. So, you know, I don't take anything personally out here because, you know, if I can be proven wrong, then, you know, hey, kudos to you, and I just learned something. But I guess in this instance, I guess you can't teach an old dog new things. Shoot, I don't know where he gets his information, but I mean, Google seems to be pretty much on the spot with a lot of things. And hell, if you can't trust Google, who can you trust, right?
Well, Google is notorious for directing you to more of maybe the leftist leaning sites first out of the box. But yeah, if you search, it's all there.
Well, I mean, you know, this isn't a leftist or right.
No, it's not. As far as this particular topic, no. I mean, if you're trying to Google something about COVID and things like that, they're automatically going to take you to the CDC. They're not going to take you, you know, to Dr. Robert Malone because, you know, he's misinformation kind of thing.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, if they're talking about fact that owner-operators haul more stuff than what company drivers do, you know, that's not a left or right issue. I mean, that's just pure fact. So, anyways, other than that, how's your Cincinnati Reds doing this year?
Well, they're still bottom of the division. That's all I can tell you. How about that?
Well, at least they're consistent. You know, you got to be pretty damn good to be at that level of playing. And if these players are that bad, I think your whole farm system probably needs a rework. Because, you know, money don't make the player makes the money. If the player does good, he gets rewarded. And I'm sorry, if the player's not that great, he's not going to be making them big bucks. So, but then again, my Texas Rangers ain't done all that great. Houston, yeah, they're about on par for doing the same thing, getting to the World Series and losing it. So, but other than that, that's about it for me. So, later on after the show, folks, y'all can give me a holler, and I'll be heading west. So, give yourself a good night, senor. We will talk to you later.
All right, thank you for checking in there, Heat Wave, and yeah, get ready for the heat. Find a way to stay cool there in Phoenix. Let's see, I just pulled up the standings because I hadn't been paying a whole lot of attention. Reds on the season are now 20 wins and 36 losses. Anybody worse than that? Let's see, Washington is 21 and 37. Yeah, Oakland A's, 20 wins and 38 losses. So I guess technically they're not the worst team in baseball right now, but yeah, hanging with them right there with the worst. Yeah, got to be a long. I mean, We're nearly a month away from the All-Star break. Isn't that typically somewhere about 4th of July, somewhere in there? And makes for a long season, doesn't it? Probably a lot of empty seats, especially in the second half of the season, if I had to venture a guess. But we return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
As we've been hearing in the news updates, top of the hour each hour, Jim Jordan speaking out this past day. I haven't even really been paying any attention to this ongoing fiasco, the January 6th Select Committee, as they call it, right? Looking to get to the bottom, trying to uncover some massive conspiracy that Trump and his associates were all about taking the Capitol, taking control. On January the 6th, the riot, the insurrection, that's the word they used, the insurrection. Yes, and now we come to find out, Jim Jordan says the January 6th Select Committee is looking to, quote, get rid of the Electoral College and stop Donald Trump from running for office in 2024. Jordan actually walked through the actions, these suspicious actions taken by the committee by working with the major networks to film the hearings. And it's going to be a prime time special. As he's been saying, they went out and they hired the former president of ABC News to choreograph this documentary, this whole production. And who's the first witness? The documentarian who was embedded with that group. He went on to lambaste Congress for making a spectacle of these hearings, specifically pointed out their exceptional partisan nature. The way it works in any other committee in Congress is the majority party gets more members on the committee, but the minority party always gets to participate. And they get to actually bring in witnesses, and they get to ask questions. This committee, on the other hand, there is no cross-examination. I mean, this is even worse than what they did to Trump in the 2019 impeachment when Adam Schiff, he was running the show. I mean, they had these depositions, but at least I got to be in the room, and Republicans got to be in the room. So now, again, they're planning these prime time specials. The first January 6th committee hearing will air Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. So that's tonight at 8. The second is set for next Monday at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. All set your DVRs for what's undoubtedly going to be a spectacle. Hey, let's get back to the calls. Red Mule, I believe it is. How you been?
Hey, Steve, tell old Heat Wave if that Camaro don't make it over the hill from Edgewood to Albuquerque, I'll be through there in about 4 hours. I got a log chain. I'll hook on, I'll tow him up over the hill, and then we'll see how fast we can go down into Albuquerque.
Down the other side?
Down the hill. So I'll be keeping an eye out for him. Now, I'm going to have a challenge for Heat Wave, but I'm going to come back to that in a minute. Steve, I just been getting bits and pieces of your show, and so I don't know if you touched on this or not. They put leg irons on Peter Navarro, or did you get into that?
I have not even really touched on that. Leg irons, that I hadn't heard. I know that he was simply...
Steve, that is the most outrageous thing. I've heard a lot of things, but if there's any doubt that these guys were totally corrupt, they put handcuffs and leg irons on Peter Navarro, a man that's done a hell of a lot for this country, and no good deed goes unpunished. That's just totally incomprehensible. You need to pull that up and discuss it. So, Steve, I got 2 or 3 topics here this morning. I don't know if you want to hold me over or not, but I picked up a book here a while back. I think it was written in 2012 or 2018. I forget it was. And it said, the title of the book is "What Should We Be Worried About?" There's a lot of BS in there. You know, some outfit by the name of Edge sent out a questionnaire to a bunch of professors and brain types and asked them what we should be worried about. And they got a bunch of BS in there. But they had one old boy in there that was very accurate and forecast the deal about Russia being on the borders of Ukraine, and I mean he called that pretty much right down to the letter on that. I was impressed with that one. But Steve, along this topic, what should we be worried about? You know, I listen to Fox News, and sometimes they're right, and sometimes I curse them.
Mm-hmm.
But these damn Republicans, Steve. I keep hearing everybody on Fox News, there's going to be a red tsunami come in November. Steve, I think the proper term here is overconfidence. And if these idiot Republicans don't come up with some good gun laws between now and November, I heard two of them there on Fox yesterday say, age is not a factor. Steve, did you do anything stupid when you were 18?
I would have to say yes, sir.
Yes. Anybody who tells me they didn't do something stupid when they were 18 is a liar. Now, I grant you it's not along the scale of what these guys have done with this mass shooting, but we didn't grow up playing video games where you killed people all the time. And as the old Bobby Bear song says, things change. And these people have got to realize that things change, and I just one thing I worry about, Steve. I worry about the Republicans blowing this opportunity. I don't think they're going to get beat, but they may well lose if they don't get their stinking act together. I don't know. I'll shake my head on that. So you need to go break, or you want me to go on the next topic?
Yeah, let's go ahead and take care of that top of the hour news update, and we'll have our full final hour just ahead there. I pulled up the scoop on Peter Navarro as well. I guess he was on Tucker Carlson Monday night, kind of talking about how his arrest He was arrested for refusing to comply with this January 6th committee investigation. I mean, there's this thing called executive privilege, right? Ignoring the subpoena to testify before the federal grand jury about the January 6th. Now, he claimed that he was placed in leg irons. That's what Mule was just saying. He says, quote, "Next thing I know, I'm in leg irons, handcuffs, strip searched. People do not want to sit in solitary confinement in leg irons, denied food, denied water, denied an attorney. This is what we live in." Wow. He said, "I was treated like an Al-Qaeda terrorist when I was in custody." All right. We'll return. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The House January 6th committee seeks to eliminate the Electoral College and stop former President Donald Trump from running for office in 2024. This, according to Representative Jim Jordan of Ohio. He spoke to Newsmax.
This thing is so partisan, they went out and hired the former president of ABC News to choreograph this documentary, this production. And who's their first witness going to be? The documentarian who was embedded with this group. So that sort of tells you everything you need to know about what this committee's objective really is and how truly partisan the whole operation is.
Gas prices rose again on Wednesday, setting another record high and adding to a string of consecutive record high days. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of unleaded gas is $4.96. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
The Denver Broncos have a new owner. Reporter Lance Pry has the details.
The Denver Broncos of the National Football League are being sold for roughly $4.65 billion, a record in United States sports sales. Rob Walton, who is the billionaire heir to Walmart, has officially entered into a purchase agreement with the Broncos. When the dust settles, Rob Walton will be the wealthiest NFL owner, valued at $58 billion.
The Biden administration is undergoing a period of unusually high staff turnover as President Joe Biden nears 18 months in office. Long hours, low morale, and relatively low pay are taking a toll on both the ranks of the senior staff and the more numerous junior aides who keep the White House running. Hot weather is expanding from Texas and across the western U.S. with record temperatures forecast. Fox Weather said the heat wave will continue to build in the south and southwest. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download on iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
A pro-abortion activist group sent a message to Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh's wife and daughters. On the same day, police arrested a would-be assassin near their home.
Nicholas John Roski is facing charges of attempted murder of a federal judge after he was arrested near the home of Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh's Maryland home. When he was arrested, investigators say Roski was carrying a pistol, a knife, pepper spray, zip ties, a crowbar, and other items. Utah Republican Senator Mike Lee joins Fox News and talks about when Democratic Senator Chuck Schumer said at a rally that Kavanaugh had released a whirlwind and would pay the price during his confirmation period.
These were words that were intended to bring about that kind of reaction, and that's what we face today.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Mortgage rates are back on the upswing after a brief decline in May, and the housing market is still suffering from a lack of listings. Total mortgage application volume fell 6.5% last week compared with the previous week, according to the Mortgage Bankers Association's seasonally adjusted index. The average contract interest rate for a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage increased to 5.4%. And Johnny Depp's lawyers hinted they may not collect a payout from Amber Heard. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Welcome back. And let me jump right back to the phones here. Red Mule, welcome back. All right, Red Mule, we got you there still? I'm not hearing Red Mule. Maybe we lost the Red Mule. All right, well, try to call back there, Red Mule. Let's jump on down and see if the phones are operating correctly. Kentucky Ken. Morning, Ken. They're not. Why would that be? Yeah, maybe because I put him back in queue or something. All right, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll just reconnect the phones, which only takes a few short seconds there. Boom, it's modern technology at its finest. First, he'll ask me, are you ready to connect? Yeah, we're ready. Okay.
Ready to connect.
Yes.
Click connect to show now.
Thank you. I'll do that. Okay. That's the way it works. Yeah, you are now connected once again. I see the phone's ringing there, so... All right, Red Mule is going to join us back here in just a moment. Thank you. Thank you, computer. Audio recording is on. It is 844-844-3388. And let's see here. Take two. Back at it magically. Thank you for dialing us back up, Red Mule.
Yeah, I'm probably going to lose you again out here. I'm going to go off the hill. Hey, Steve, now, going back to this book, the things we should worry about, a couple of different articles in there that basically had the same concept in there. Things we should worry about is people who do not think for themselves. And they talk about all these people that get to, fancy college degrees and everything, but can't go out and figure things out for themselves. They only know what they've memorized and the like. Along that line, now, Steve, let's go back. You've had some controversy about what percentage of freight is carried by the owner-operators. I believe that was 90%. Is that correct?
That's the numbers that officially are touted by the powers that be, the DOT and whatnot. Correct.
Steve, that's a bunch of horse bucky. Along that line, now I'm an owner-operator. Let's keep that in mind. Along that line, I wanted to think for myself, and here's my challenge to Heatwave. I don't know if you're going down 25 or across 40. Count the number of trucks out in New Mexico that come from big companies and the ones that are small companies. I did this myself last week. Coming across 40, coming east from Santa Rosa to the state line, roughly 100 miles. I counted 328 trucks by big companies. I counted 342 for smaller companies that I didn't recognize, and some of them might have had more than 6 trucks. So this idea that, and the reason I did that across there, Steve, was I wanted to count the number of trailers who were on the train line running across there, but they had the railroad shut down. I don't know if there was construction or whatever, so I didn't get to see any trains. But this idea that owner-operators carry 90% of the freight, give me got less than 6 trucks, give me a break. That's not even feasible. So, like I say, I challenge Heatwave to count it out there and see if he doesn't get a number close to what I got, because I don't think you're going to find a more representative area than I-40 going across New Mexico. So, Steve, one last topic here. Now, I believe I heard somebody say that Nancy Pelosi bought a house in Florida. Had you heard that?
That was a rumor a few months ago. I never saw that it was confirmed. I think they denied it. But yeah, that was an active story.
Well, somebody mentioned that on Fox News last night. So I don't know if that's just new rumor coming back up or what the deal is on there. So that's all I got for you this morning, Steve. I'm going to lose you going off the hill, so I'll catch you later.
Thanks for checking back in. Have a good morning, and there you go. All right, so there's the whole debate. Moose was giving me an explanation the other morning because he's been out there. He knows, I don't know, he's talking about the cross docks and, all these big companies that are moving the freight. Like, Walmart doesn't touch anything that it's coming across the border. It has to all get to their distribution center. Then Walmart's going to move it from there to the final destination. But it's the smaller companies that are moving all this freight to the cross docks. He would be able to break it all down in an understandable way. Now, I'm not going to try to explain it the way he did, but maybe if you're up and with us, Moose, are you up and at him this morning? Yeah, who knows? You never know what time of day he's sleeping these days. Yeah, meanwhile, our number, 844-844-3388. Coming up at the top of the hour, it'll be 5 a.m. Eastern Time, and TNCRadio.live. Stick around. It's going to be another hot day there at the headquarters in Houston, Texas. But the new primetime lineup continues right after we wrap things up this morning. 3 shows all recorded this past evening. First, it's Keep On Talking Live with Captain Tom Kirk. Then Angie and Larry Baum exchange more road stories with the Underwoods on Taillights. That would be the program. Finally, it's an all-new show dedicated to sports of all types, entitled Clutch Time, produced by TNC Radio. They describe this as not a bunch of screaming, pounding on the table, but just conversation about all things sports from Anderson and Banker. The debut show can be heard again coming up 7 a.m. Eastern Time this morning. That debut show from last evening. All right, TNCRadio.live on your smartphone, your Android, your iPhone, Alexa 2000. Different streaming devices out there. Yeah, let's see. We've hit the 0400 hour. We're calling it a day.
Packed it up for the day, headed to the barn.
What's going on, Pappy?
Fortunately, you got me when I got my pants off, but I still got the shirt on.
Uh-oh.
Hey, listen, man. This with Peter Navarro struck a nerve with me, Steve. Let me tell you how this works. They did the same thing to Stephen K. Bannon. Remember when they hooked him up for not answering their subpoena? Steve, D.C. is a kangaroo court. We all know that. You realize this, that any Republican that gets federally charged with anything, they're going to try them in D.C. And whatever it is, you're going to get waxed. And if it's a Democrat, they're going to walk free because they own the judges, they own the jury, right? And they own the appeals court. It's a kangaroo court. Steve, back when Obama was president and you had the IRS scandal, right? The Republicans had the same thing. They had the hearings that the Democrats are doing now for this January 6th deal. Except for the IRS was a real scandal, Steve. They were going after conservatives. And so there was a hearing about it. They subpoenaed the head of the IRS. I can't think of her name. It was some female.
Yeah.
She refused to answer to the subpoena, right? Did she get arrested, Steve? Did she get handcuffed and leg shackled at the airport, brought into the D.C. Federal place there and strip search and all that? Did that happen to her?
Right.
No, nothing happened. Same thing with Eric Holder. He refused to testify. He didn't show up. Was he put in handcuffs? Nope. So what they're doing is they're perp walking Stephen Bannon, right? And Peter Navarro, sending out a message. Are you going to support Trump? This is a message that they're sending out to all the Republicans and conservatives, Steve. Anybody that thinks that they're going to donate to a Trump campaign or support Trump, they will put you in handcuffs. That's a fact. Look what they did to Larry Flynn, Steve. Why was Larry Flynn tried in D.C.? Steve, he wasn't even in the country when that phone call was made. And it's been proven, Steve, that what they arrested him saying that he lied to the FBI, right? When it was a proven fact, he did not lie. They were trying to say that, this Russian diplomat, during this conversation, when Obama kicked all the diplomats out and imposed sanctions on them, that during the phone call, they were talking about sanctions, which is false. Steve, they got the transcript of the call. There was nothing mentioned about trying to deal with the sanctions against Russia. You follow me?
I get you.
So they perp walk Flynn in D.C. court, where they know it's a kangaroo court, where if you're a Republican, they will hang you out to dry. And if you're a Democrat, ain't nothing going to happen to you. That ain't why. Nothing's going to happen to Hillary Clinton. Nothing's going to happen to Hunter Biden. Nothing's going to happen to none of these leftists because they own the courts.
You notice Sussman got off. He was
there. Steve, there's a perfect example. There's a term for this. I'm trying to think of it. It's like jury. jury manipulation or something. I can't remember the exact term. But let me put it to you this way. There was a case several years ago where this guy, his son, was kidnapped, held in a motel room, and raped for a week. Right? His juvenile son is like 12 years old. They found him in Arizona, and they were extraditing him back to Texas. Right? Well, the sheriff, it was a popular case. The sheriff was like, it went nationwide, and they came out and advertised when they were going to bring him back to Texas. So when they were in the airport, there's video of this, Steve. You had the father in the airport waiting for the marshals bringing him back to Texas. When the marshals walked past him, the father pulls out a gun and shoots that suspect in the head and kills him. He got tried for murder. When it went to the jury, Steve, right?
Mm-hmm.
The jury was like, nope, ain't going to do it. Not going to find this man guilty, because I'd have done the same thing. And that's the way it just happens to work. Sometimes people in a certain area realize what justice really is. If you got 12 people on a jury, right, that agreed that there's no way in heck that we're going to send his father to prison for the rest of his life for what he did, they can do that, Steve. And the left-wing luniacs can lock you up, right, in D.C., throw the book at you and lock you up for jaywalking. Because it's a kangaroo court.
So
that's why you see
Navarro's saying this is, I guess, kind of like what you're saying, that it's kind of sending a message. This is political intimidation, I guess.
It's exactly what it is. Exactly what it is. It's all political. And they don't care who or how or whatever they got to do to somebody to send a political message. And that ain't how this country's supposed to be ran, Steve.
Well, they got this whole primetime thing coming up that's going to, this January 6th panel. Now, how many hours did the American people, how many hours did we spend watching the impeachment trial with Adam Schiff, day after day after day, telling the American people, literally lying to us, saying, we have the evidence, we have the evidence, we have the evidence of the Russian collusion. And it turned out that was an absolute lie.
Lied straight to America's faces on camera. Steve, here's the thing. There's a poll out that came out. Americans don't care about January 6th. They don't care. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're trying, to throw this down the American throat. And nobody's fallen for it, Steve. To try to say this was an insurrection, okay, and what they are charging these people with. We've talked about how they're holding these people in jail, right, without being charged, not giving them representation, right? Where are they being held at? In D.C. Of course, this crime was committed in D.C. But they can do what they want with you, Steve, because they own everything in D.C. The liberals run that town. There's nothing you can do. If they want you and they want to charge you with some racked up bullcrap charge, they can get you, man, in D.C. If they charge you federally, even though a crime might have happened in Florida, Georgia, California, if they charge you federally, they will bring your butt back to D.C. and try you in D.C. Well, they know they will get a conviction. It's that simple.
Wow.
I mean, they hung Flynn out to dry, man.
Well,
Ruined
now
that
is
man's
Flynn,
life.
isn't he coming back, kind of suing them now? I mean, he's kind of back in play, isn't he?
Well, I haven't heard any real update on him here lately. But I mean, they ruined that man. You know, here and Steve, you know why they ruined him. Obama hated that man. He came out and said that, hey, man, the National Security Agency, the NSA, hey, they're doing some bad stuff here. They're pulling people's, looking into people and doing things without warrants when they need them. Tried to blow the gasket, tried to open the can up a little bit, warn people, and pissed Obama off. He didn't like the man. And he came out, and he was one of the real spokesmen that came out against that Iran deal that Obama pushed and got through. You know, so
and then they set him up. It
was a political hit job, Steve. Obama kicked the Russian diplomats out of office or out of D.C. for a while. This stuff happens all the time. I forget what exactly happened, why they kicked these diplomats out. And they waited until Flynn left the country. He was on vacation, I'm wanting to say down in Panama or the Bahamas or somewhere. And Steve, they just knew that these Russian diplomats would contact. He didn't call him. They contacted him because they knew he was the new, was it the National Security Advisor for Trump's administration, right? Trump was already elected. He wasn't president yet. It's during the transition there. They knew they would call him. And they had it taped, Steve. But you can spy on foreigners, right? Russian diplomats, they're not American citizens. You can spy, tap their phones, do whatever you want.
And that's what the FISA court's supposed to be all about, is it not?
The FISA court is to protect American citizens, right? You just can't spy on American citizens without a warrant or without probable cause to get a warrant. But if you're not an American citizen, the FBI, the CIA, they can tap, do whatever they want to anybody. It's a known fact. So they tapped that phone call, Steve. They had a transcript of it. They knew what was said. But it was a political hit job against Flynn because they knew that the position that he was coming into after Trump got elected, they were going to find some things out. That's why everybody freaked out when Trump got elected, Steve. They were like, oh, my God. The things that we have done is going to come to light, and we got to shut some people up.
So we immediately concoct this fictitious story of Russian collusion.
Yeah, that started long before he, actually got elected. But I'm saying once they got elected, Steve, they really freaked out. I mean, there was literally people were, I ain't going to say the phrase, but they had to change their pants.
Had to buy some extra Charmin.
Yes, sir, because they knew. I mean, everybody thought, Clinton was a shoo-in, the next day. I mean, that's why they didn't rig that election, Steve. They thought, oh, we got this, man. There's no problem. There ain't no way Trump's going to win. Are you crazy? All the polls were even saying that, and threw everybody for a loop. Everybody was running scared, Steve, to the point that now they want to spy on the President of the United States, Steve, when he was in the Oval Office after he was sworn in. But you're at the bottom of the hour, man. But, yeah, I heard Peter Navarro's steal there. Here we go, another political hit job.
Dershowitz gave a good explanation on that. Thank you, Pappy. Alan Dershowitz. He said this arrest, this is, dangerous to our democracy. It's as if somebody was called to testify about what he told his priest or your doctor or your lawyer. Navarro was arrested after he said he would not cooperate because the president, the former president, had initiated what they call executive privilege. And last I checked, executive privilege still exists. He invokes the privilege and immediately gets indicted instead of government going before a court and the judge rules whether or not that executive privilege exists or applies or not. If the judge rules the executive privilege does not apply in this case and then orders Navarro to testify, then he could be held in contempt. But what they didn't follow that path. You cannot constitutionally be held for contempt of Congress without a judicial order. But if the shoe was on the other foot, and it will be on the other foot if Republicans gain control of Congress or the Senate, they could use this precedent and go after Biden administration officials and indict them if they refuse to disclose information. That's why he said this is dangerous to democracy. Dangerous through the rule of law, dangerous to the concept of privilege. I don't care if it's a priest or a doctor or a lawyer or executive privilege. I am shocked, he said, that the Justice Department brought this without there being any sort of judicial determination that he was compelled to testify. That means Navarro's indictment is unconstitutional. That is a real scandal. And that's far more concerning than the acquittal of Michael Sussman, Clinton's attorney, right? Navarro's arrest means that others who had maybe been near the former president could also be arrested. What did Pappy just say? They're sending a message. Even though they can claim to have a stronger claim of executive privilege for being even closer to Trump. Now, that would be for a court to decide, not for a partisan congressional committee that has almost all Democrats and a few anti-Trump Republicans on said committee. Not for them to make the decision. All right, let's get our news break. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The House January 6th committee seeks to eliminate the Electoral College and stop former President Donald Trump from running for office in 2024. This, according to Representative Jim Jordan of Ohio. He spoke to Newsmax.
This thing is so partisan, they went out and hired the former president of ABC News to choreograph this documentary, this production. And who's their first witness going to be? The documentarian who was embedded with this group. So that sort of tells you everything you need to know about what this committee's objective really is and how truly partisan the whole operation is.
Gas prices rose again on Wednesday, setting another record high and adding to a string of consecutive record high days. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of unleaded gas is $4.96. This is USA Radio News.
It was very important to feel like a company valued me and my family's time, specifically helping get the timeshare company off of our backs.
Do all the good you can, by all the means you can, and all the ways you can. I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. I first heard that John Wesley quote when I was 11 years old in Sunday school. I even have his words displayed at all of our offices to give our employees the same purpose I have when fighting to get clients out of a fraudulent timeshare.
If you were not satisfied with other companies, look directly to Wesley Financial and they will help you.
I promise we'll do all the good we can every single day. That's why I guarantee we will cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-843-1313. 800-843-1313. 800-843-1313.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
right, jump back into it here. Let's see, get back to the calls. I got the Big Moose, followed by Kentucky Ken's on board. Hang in there, Ken. Got you coming up in a moment. Hello, Moose. What's going on?
What do you say, buddy? You playing radio this morning?
Yeah, well, trying to do something like that anyway. But yeah.
Yeah, I heard that. Well, I got about 15 text messages said I need to call you. What's going on?
Well, the discussion about how much freight is moved by owner-operators, and I was trying to, you were giving me a pretty in-depth explanation the other morning about cross docks and that, the whole narrative that, those who don't believe the smaller trucking operations, 6 trucks or less, actually move a lot more freight than the big companies move. Could you maybe explain that again?
Here's what I want you to do. I can dumb this down real easy for you if you'll assist me here.
Yes, sir.
Go on to Google and type in the Google search engine, what percentage of freight is moved by owner-operators?
Okay.
I'll tell you what it's going to tell you. It's going to tell you 72.5%. But if you read a little further, it said 72.5% of the nation's freight by weight is moved by owner-operators. Okay, now where does the term owner-operator come from? I think where the confusion lies is everybody who thinks when they hear the term owner-operator, that's somebody in a big old 300-inch wheelbase Peterbilt covered in chicken lights, wearing a trucker hat, singing Eastbound and Down, and then watches Smokey and the Bandit and touches himself before he goes to sleep. I think that's what they're thinking an owner-operator is. So here's the fact. Any commercial vehicle over 10,000 pounds, and that's not very big considering that, 1979 Lincoln Town Car weighed 4,500 pounds, okay? So any vehicle over 10,000 pounds requires a DOT number to haul freight. Freight, what is freight by definition? That is any product or item or entity that you pay money to have moved. Garbage is freight. What about all these rural garbage carriers that's got that DOT number on their dump trucks? What about the dump trucks? How many guys got dump trucks, got DOT numbers on the side of them, hauling gravel and asphalt and everything else? Family farms, a lot of them have grain trucks. All of them got DOT numbers on them, Steve. There's over 2 million family farms in this country. And I'd be willing to present more than half of those have an 18-wheeler that they use to haul products to market with, okay? And it's all done by weight. It don't matter, you don't have to have that big stretched out feeder car delivering auto parts or produce or tires or anything else. When they're making these numbers, they're considering everything on the road in commercial operation with a Department of Transportation registration number on the door.
Okay.
Now, granted, 70-some% in thinking that the independent Class A operators, is moving 70% of the freight. Yeah, that is a little unfeasible when you think about it, because you got all of these, super carriers out here moving this freight around, But what they're not thinking, you've got garbage trucks, you've got dump trucks, you've got 6-wheeler mail contractors, you've got all these people out here, Steve, on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 trucks, all got these DOT numbers on the door. They're all moving this stuff, all the life's blood of this country hit the pavement every day. That's where that number comes from.
Okay.
Okay.
See, now, Red Mule called earlier, and I mean, he was, because he brought the topic up, and I don't know, we said 90% of the freight, but you're 72. You're right. The number came up 72.5%. But he said, I'm on this stretch of I-40. I counted 300, and I think it was 20 some, like big name, your Swifts and your Schneiders and your JBs and all that. And whereas I counted 340 of the smaller operations.
Right. And, you want to sit there and split hairs down like that, as far as interstate commerce of commercial wholesale retail products There ain't no doubt the super companies are moving more of that kind of stuff, but that's not where these numbers come from, Steve.
Okay.
And that's what people don't understand. You know, you got guys, family farms, DOT numbers on their trucks pulling grain out of the fields. You've got these little dump truck operators. I know a bunch of them guys that own dump trucks. I know a bunch of them, you know. They go out and look at all these hot shots on the road. All of these things, that's where all these numbers come from, you know. You got these guys in these pickup trucks, you know, a hot shot, got DOT numbers on the door. Those are part of these figures, you know. And, you know, and there's a lot of people now, to get back to a previous topic, I know a lot of people very successful with these little operations. I know several very successful hotshot operators, smart businessmen, know what they're doing, know their business. I know a lot of guys with these little dump truck fleets that you know, haul gravel and asphalt out of local quarries and stuff, and the batch plants and all of this stuff, and they're successful at business, you know. And I would not even contemplate putting them under the umbrella of ignorant dumbasses like some folks would, you know. But, you know, everybody thinks, you know, I call it the Billy Big Rigger mindset. They think I'm out here in my big old Lamborghini Panawagon Peter car, and I got 500 chicken lights on this thing, and I look like rolling Las Vegas, and anybody that ain't like me ain't owner-operator. That's a bunch of squat. Anybody got a DOT number on the door, whether they're leased on to somebody, whatever, you know, if you got that registration number on the door, that's where those figures are coming from. And I imagine if somebody wanted to take the time, they could mash it all out and find out exactly how much Class A freight is pulled by owner-operators and independent owner-operators as opposed to these commercial carriers, and the number would be drastically different.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not where they're pulling these numbers from. They're pulling these numbers from the entire till. Everything's going in that pot that they're making these numbers off of. All them little dump trucks, all them little garbage trucks, all these little six-wheeler mail carriers, all these bed buggers, everybody is going into this mix that they're deriving this number from. And, you know, it just goes right back to it, Steve, that in the trucking industry, there is so much misinformation that has been purported to be fact, and that most of this purporting of misinformation is done amongst drivers, you know. How many times you ever heard anybody said, well, it's illegal to run recap tires on a steer axle
I've heard it.
A big truck?
I've heard it, yep.
It absolutely is not. The DOT says you can run all the recap steer tires you want to. Now, granted, some of these recap places aren't very reputable. I don't know if I'd want to do it, but it's not against the law. It is against the law to run a recap steer tire on a bus or a high occupancy vehicle. That's what the law says. The law doesn't say nothing about running a recap tire on the steer axle of an 18-wheeler. And it, you know, it's right there in the book. And that's just one example of the misinformation that gets, you know, blown into fact by people who don't care to read the law. You know, that little green and white book is a wealth of information if you just take the time to read it. You know, you're required to carry it. You ought to do yourself a favor, carry it in the John with you, and do a little reading while you got it there. You know, ain't no sense of carrying it around not reading it. But anyway, we had a heck of a storm up the house there yesterday.
I saw
take a nap.
Saw the community that Troy was listed as a tornado. Did you see that thing, or did it come through your area?
No, it come within about 3/4 of a mile of the house, but it blowed the tree over next block there. But I was asleep, man. I took me a nap, and everybody's calling me, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" And I'm like, I don't. Why wouldn't I be? You know, they're like, well, there's a tornado come through there. Well, whatever. Yep.
So I'm looking at a number here, a statement. How many trucking companies are there in the United States? Estimates of 1.2 million companies in the U.S. Of that figure, 97% operate 20 or fewer trucks, while 90% operate 6 or fewer trucks.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I guess when you're rolling down the interstate, like you say, you're going to count either close to the same or maybe a few less big name trucks versus the smaller trucks. But that doesn't mean okay, because it gets kind of confusing.
Well, and like I said, even in those figures, they're counting the dump trucks and the 6-wheelers and everything in those figures too. You know, you got a fleet of 6-wheelers, you're still a trucking company. You're just driving 6-wheelers. And see, that's what people are not taking into consideration, I think.
Okay.
You know, how many of these 6-wheelers you see going down the road with these reefer boxes on them and these mail boxes on them and all that stuff? You know, just because they're not got 18 wheels on the ground doesn't mean that they're not a commercial vehicle, conducting commercial business.
Well, it all gets kind of confusing, and that's why I wanted to reach out to you, and because I knew you were explaining it to me the other morning. So you were telling me things I had never heard. So.
Yeah, well, it's just like I said, I am glad I've washed my hands with a lot of it, to be honest with you, because it don't do no good, and you know well as I do. You stood right there, and I tried to explain. You know, when you try to enlighten people that have an attitude, you know, you might as well go talk to the dog, you know, because it don't do no good, and that's the problem. You know, here, I tell you, old Zig Ziglar said one time, you know, that complacency breeds inefficiency. Inefficiency kills productivity, and productivity is the lifeblood of your business, and that's the truth. You know, when you got people mule-headed or hard-headed and won't listen to facts or you know won't try to educate themselves when you get somebody, I don't care what the topic is, when you get somebody who is solely convinced that they're right, you just might as well save your air, you know, because there ain't
You're not
going
to change their mind.
I've said it before, I've said it before, and I'll say it again. You put a room full of truck drivers and a room full of lot lizards, and they'll screw each other first because every one of them thinks they're right. You know, if you can put 50 truck drivers in a room and they'll argue whether the sky's blue or not, you know, it's a shame.
All you got to do is get on Facebook and you know, the first thing you disagree with, you chime in, and it's like all of a sudden, you know, and you never win the war. You never convince anybody otherwise.
But, you know, like I said, it's okay. And I don't care what you know, if I'm going to be classified as owner-operator, independent dumbass or ignorant dumbass or whatever, that's fine too, because you know what? I don't give a damn. Whatever anybody thinks about me is not going to affect my day-to-day life one freaking iota. So, you know, if they want to stay up nights getting their panties bunched up and their butthole puckered up over the way they feel about me, that's their problem, buddy, not mine. So I'm going to run over here to Mickey D's Supper Club and suck down some of that damn pale old Maxwell House slump and grog coffee and try to get me an Egg McMuffin.
Oh, boy.
I will talk to you all later.
Thank you.
Hey, Steve, one last thing.
Yes, sir.
I want you to know something. These telephone lines work both ways.
Click. Well, good morning, Kentucky Ken. How's it going?
Oh, good morning. He's just a class act. You just got to love his wealth of knowledge.
Yes.
Oh, my. I'm doing well. I'm running down to Louisiana towards, where am I going? Little place called East Point, Georgia. But, no, I wanted to call and thank everybody who reached out to me. My canine buddy passed. I took a couple of nights off and went to the service, but I appreciate all the prayers and all that. It was a beautiful service, and it was a good send-off for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I just wanted to bring up real quick. I just got while I was off the road there a couple of nights, I went and tried to get my hazmat done endorsement, which I went in Kentucky. They went to these new IDs and all this stuff. So I went and got my DOT physical, and then thought, well, I'm in Boone County. I'll go to Boone County because they're regional offices now. Well, go out there. They said, do you have an appointment? I said, no, I just need to take the hazmat test and add an endorsement. Well, they couldn't get me in there. That was the day of the service. So they said, go to Independence, Kentucky and try. So I went there, couldn't get in there either. So I talked to one of the safety directors out there who I seen from my background check, and she said, I will get you an appointment, because it was just crazy. I don't know if Ohio's that bad trying to get that stuff, or other states, but Lord have mercy. And now they mail you your license, I guess.
Yes.
So they gave me a piece of paper.
Yep.
That says I got my Does Ohio do the same?
They do, yes. That's started that in the last year or so. Yep.
Wow. Oh, and by the way, I heard fuel at home is about $5 a gallon. It's $4.39 down here.
Wow.
So maybe I need to bring a tanker and bring some home.
$4.39 is cheap. Yeah, we hit $5.09 locally here. And,
That's what I heard. That stinks.
Yep.
Come on, man. We got to do better than that. We need to open them pipelines. All right. I know you're getting to the end of the show, Steve. Y'all have a good morning. Drive safe, and I'll see you on the flip.
Thank you for chiming in. Kentucky Ken, be safe out there. Shorty says, holy smokes, Philip was not lying about the idiots parked in the rest area on I-4. Yeah, I come through here twice a week on our dedicated run, and that's the worst I've seen it. All right, Philip, whatever you saw there, I guess it must just be crazy there this morning. I wonder why. Truck and Phil on board. Morning, Steve, and the Hot Shot Secret Nation copy up. Happy Thursday. Ready for that Sterling Heights and back to Fort Wayne. All right, have a great day. Truck and Phil and Semper Fi. Had one other, let's see, Brass Monkey. As far as the freight movers, he said, yeah, beer trucks, Coke trucks, milk route trucks, ice cream trucks, cookie route trucks. Steve, you couldn't count all the different type of trucks it takes to stock these stores. And they all have DOT numbers. Yeah, and most of these type trucks never even get out of their local counties. So so I guess it makes a little more sense if it's based on weight, as Moose was explaining. Yeah, because I can go up and see that local delivery truck at the convenience store. Probably about the time we shut the doors here this morning. You'll see the bakery truck, the bread truck. You'll see the beer truck, you'll see the soda truck, you name it. They're all moving freight, some bigger than others. But all right, with that, we got to close it out here. My apologies. We didn't get to all the calls, but that's it for our Thursday. Looky there. When we come back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight, we'll be looking at a Friday TGIF. Looking forward to the weekend. And, oh, by the way, surely we will know who the $1 million winner is there in Eldora, coming up later on tonight. Who's going to take home $1 million on the dirt track this evening? Hope you'll join us for another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above. 'Cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.